If
My cousin might be showing up. He goes by the name of Norax.
I've seen your cousin before then.
is he quite sleepy?
Yeah?
I remember that name.
Yeah. You do?
Yeah.
Okay,
I could be up in my sleep, though.
Live. Murray, how's the audio? Guys, make some noise.
Noise.
Oh, I should probably turn my volume down here.
Noise.
Yeah, noise.
Right, I think you guys are coming in a bit hot.
Butts and stuff.
Let's get me up a little higher. Okay, I think that should be good.
I just opened the stream and heard my butts and stuff.
Somebody clip that. Okay, so where we left off last episode. So, for the benefit of the audience, where we left off last episode, our players were attempting to secure passage on a sailing ship out towards the Dragonwatch Islands so that they can pursue the dragon. They're still not entirely sure what they're pursuing the dragon for, or what they're going to do when they catch the dragon, but like a dog in its tail, we'll figure that out when it happens. You did have a bit of a chat with Captain Trent. Eric and Dustin, you had a little bit of an encounter with his bosun, which we hear is all over town now.
Poor ear.
That story's going to get around.
And Sam, what an asshole. Love you too, Adam.
And yeah, that's actually most of what we got covered last time. We didn't go too deeply into the mechanics of your items, and that's really what I want to focus on today. You've got to get your items picked up from your crafters. You've got to get your magical items picked up from the Wizard's Workshop. There's an opportunity to purchase any missing items that you may want to stock out your inventory with. And I've been hinting at this for weeks now, but can you please
Bag of holding, I'm doing it.
Examining your bags of holding, because apart from being the most convenient MacGuffin generator that I could ever need in a D&D game, there are things in there that you don't necessarily know about yet, because these bags used to be owned. Oh, Hype Train, is that a Rottweiler or a Dachshund? I think that might be a Dachshund.
I don't know. Hype Train.
It's hard to say. Yeah.
There are
Almost
things.
like a pug.
There are things in those bags of holding that you don't know about because they were placed in there by the previous owners. And you don't know how many previous owners those bags had. Bags of holding are not common items, so they will be bought and sold for very high prices. And they're almost heirloom items. They'll be passed down from family to family or from friend to friend. So this is something reasonably uncommon, but it's the kind of thing that you want to keep because they're bloody handy. Not the kind of thing you'll lose easily unless you get killed in a dungeon and nobody brings out your corpse with the bag attached. So it's kind of like me in Swiss Army knives. I very rarely lose them, but when I lose them, they're in pretty extravagant circumstances. Like bloody airport security. Anyway, that's what we need to get done today. We need to do your weapons, we need to do other items, we need to explore your bags of holding, and we need to maybe wrap up any loose ends that you've got in the city that you want to take care of before you board ship, if you can afford to board ship.
You buggers. The second I heard Omar say, so you completed the quest, and I'm like, we don't have our equipment. We don't have our equipment. Don't continue with this. And Brian's like, yes, we completed the quest, but no, we don't have our equipment yet. And I'm like, we're not getting our money back.
See, this is why we need you.
So, in the meantime, I shall begin with my usual episode prologue. I'm actually enjoying these little prologue sessions because it gets sets a bit of a tone for the episode, if you see what I mean. The Discworld, floating through space on the back of 4 great elephants, in turn standing on the back of the giant star turtle Atuin. Atop the highest peak of the Ramtop Mountains, Cori Celesti, sits Dun Manifestin, the home of the gods, the ones who like to play games with the lives of mortals. And as such, our 4 players are gathered around the ever colour-changing and shifting game board. "Stop your stalling," hisses Offla the crocodile god. "My servant is still loyal to me." "As are all our players," says the lady, "despite what terrors you see fit to twist against their fates." "Silence," rasps the bull-headed god. "They must pay for their hubris and their desecration." Blind Io cocks his head. "Are you still salty about that one, dear boy?" Picks up the newest game piece on the board, moving it forward. "You play a dangerously aggressive game. You wish to be so bold?" A cloaked shadow moves behind our players. "If I understand the mortal expression, no backsies." So, it is the morning of the day before, of the night after, whatever happened, or something or other. It's the morning of the what's name. You are still in Ankh-Morpork. You are still, you were staying in the temple, weren't you?
Yes.
So you are still bedding down in the Temple of Offla, which gives Brian time to learn his cleric spells. It may give you some opportunity to recharge your potions, but it does at least give you a safe place that you can be fiddling around with your equipment or exploring your bags of holding and doing stuff that you don't want to be doing in the general visibility of the public. It is not Temple Day. So things are quite quiet. There's a couple of beggars outside. There's the usual old widowed woman with a headscarf just sitting in one of the pews, rocking backwards and forwards. How do we want to begin our morning? By the way, you're all back at full health and you're all back at full spell slots because you've had a long rest. I've decided to water down my Vespers with a bit of tonic water this time.
So things don't get too crazy?
No, so they don't get too crazy too quickly.
I did look actually when you had said, "Oh, the gin's kicking in," and I looked at the time. I was like, "I'm only halfway through this." Oh no!
And yet, I still managed to pull out a game.
Yes, it did slow down a little bit after that. You
did.
didn't do a lot after that.
To be fair, when I'm drinking gin, I get really happy on gin, and really giggly at times as well. But that's just gin. If I'm drinking whiskey, I get kind of morose and moody. Vodka makes me fight. Tequila makes me hyper, like a 3-year-old on acid. But gin, I get kind of happy. So gin's a good one to drink. And it's easygoing, and because it's relatively pure, I don't have a hangover the next day.
Hey, you finally got to hydrate.
Oh, I've got to hydrate. I've got some Pepsi Max here. Pepsi Max and gin is just it's wrong.
So should I do any shoutouts for you, Omar?
Who do we have in there? Blind! Welcome, Blind.
Blind's here.
Oh,
well, T-Roy's creeping.
Marie, if you want to say to hydrate on gin, you've got to let me know in the notes. Oh, well, maybe I should add a bottoms up as well and distinguish the two. Because all these D&D games are turning out to be drunken now.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, I should also say tomorrow I'm going to be doing a workshop stream from my actual jewellery workshop. A neighbour has commissioned me to make a piece for her. And she's given me some scrap material to melt down and use, so I need to design something. So I'm going to be designing at the workbench tomorrow and kind of getting everything set up and see how it all works. So, nice. Finally able to start workshopping. Okay, dawn is creeping through the windows of the temple. The golem is just sitting in the corner, rocking gently. His red lighthouse-looking eyes that would normally sweep across the place that you're in are tightly shut. There's things going on in that head, and we're not entirely sure what. The priest is bustling around. He's carrying a little broom and just sweeping up the dust, making sure the temple is tidy, just in case there are visitors. And you never know, Offla might decide to manifest one day and come in and inspect with the white gloves. And it wouldn't really do to have a dusty altar. Or mucky pews. I hate mucky pews. Okay. What do you guys want to do first?
Go to the safe place.
Okay, you're in the temple. Pretty safe. Do you want to go under the temple?
We can go through stuff here, and that's fine.
If you want to go through stuff here, yes. There's, as I said, there's one woman just kind of quietly praying to herself in one of the pews. But if you want to go into one of the back rooms, you can do that.
Let's do that.
Okay.
If everyone's cool with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, this is where I keep the good stuff. Okay. How do you want to... Well, okay, let's start with your bags of holding. How do you want to do this? Brian, yours is probably the smallest. Did you want to go first? Oh, that sounded wrong. Somebody clip that.
I don't even know if I want to make a comment on that one.
My balls are yours.
So, for benefit of the audience, and particularly for Sam, a bag of holding in D&D is a pocket dimension. I think pretty much everybody that's going to come into the stream at one point or another is going to be familiar with Harry Potter and Hermione's magic handbag in the last two movies. The was it the undetectable extension charm, I think she called it, where you basically just create a little micro dimension inside the bag. So it's kind of like how Mary Poppins did it, I'm pretty sure. D&D is slightly different from that, in that the dimension created is, at least in a bag of holding, is considerably bigger. And there are rules about how the dimensions work, not all of which I've carried over to this game. Anything that you put in the bag of holding is basically dropped into a pile in the middle of this little mini dimension. So for a backpack of holding or a satchel of holding, think of something about the size of a 2-bedroom house. And you can effectively fill that bag up eventually. But at the same time, if you want to get something out of it, you've got to use... you basically go in there and visualize or ask for the item, and it's magically pulled into your hand. Kind of like how Hermione did the thing with the Accio... Was it Dittany? Accio Dittany in Harry Potter? Oh God, why do I know Harry Potter so well? And it was Harry that did it, not Hermione. So for larger bags of holding, you've got quite a large space inside there. Now, there are rules about putting live things into a bag of holding, like stuffing prisoners into a bag of holding. Yes, it technically will work, but the physical space only has so much air, and once that bag is closed, you're effectively sealed off from the outside world. If the bag is held open, then air can move in and out. But if you close the bag or draw the drawstring on the bag, then anything alive in there is going to suffocate. If you leave the bag open, there's always a risk that they could leap out, or climb out, or try and escape. So, depending on the size of the storage space, there's only so much air that you can breathe, but frankly, you're going to become overcome with carbon dioxide long before you run out of air. Or, sorry, run out of oxygen. With a pouch of holding, we're talking considerably smaller, Brian. I would say a pouch of holding is about the size of a room.
Right.
So maybe, let's call it 3 meters by 6 meters, a small room. Now within that, within the D&D world, if you play with other D&D players, they'll just say, turn the bag inside out, and it will just throw out everything that's in the bag. That's not a mechanic I'm allowing in this game, because the the Discworld is transdimensional. And there are multiverses within the Discworld. So if you were to turn the bag inside out, then your pocket dimension on the inside now envelops the world that you're in, sucking your entire dimension into the bag. So you're effectively creating a singularity.
Perfect.
So, if you turn a bag of holding inside out, you will create a black hole. End of. And the entire game will have to be conducted within a black hole. And hopefully nobody closes the bag. And the only persons that would be alive to close the bag are the ones that were already in the bag and are now outside the bag. You follow me? It gets a bit quantum.
Inside out.
So, don't turn your bag of holding inside out.
Find out if somebody in the bag, though.
Well, it depends how long they were in the bag. So, if you're in a pouch of holding, you might have maybe 5 or 6 minutes of air. If you're in a bag of holding that's, say, the size of a house, you might have up to 15 minutes of air. Depends how panicked you are. Depends how big your lungs are. Depends what you had for breakfast. So, there are ways around those mechanics. And I want to see if you can think around the rules that I've explained here.
I'm going to reach into the bag of holding, and I'm going to try to pull out a snorkel.
Okay. Do snorkels exist in the Discworld?
I hope so.
Well, it might just be like a hollow bamboo stick.
You reach into the bag of holding, and you pull out what appears to be a long rubber tube. It looks like a bit of garden hose. It's wrapped in like a cloth mesh kind of fabric, and the rubber has been impregnated around that rubber, fabric. So it gives you a flexible hose. Probably wouldn't take on too much pressure, but a flexible hose. That's, let's say, about. Hang on, I'll let the dice decide. Ooh.
See, now you can actually hit someone without leaving any marks.
The dice say that that's 7 meters long.
That's pretty big.
Yeah, because 7 feet would be useless. So Sam grabs his hose and it's like, it's still coming. What the hell is this thing? It's like the biggest noodle ever. Oh right, Adam's rolled redeemed a d20. Adam, what are you wanting to test for?
He wants one of us to have a mouse trap in our bag.
Okay, well, Sam's the one that's using her bag of holding at the moment. So,
True.
Even though we said Brian would go first.
Even though we said Brian would go first. That's an 18. I think Sam has safely avoided any traps that may have been attached to this rubber hose.
Take that, Adam.
Okay, Sam, you have a long, flexible rubber hose.
Okay, guys.
Now all you need is a
Hear me out.
syringe and some crack, and you're in business.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. I'm going in halfway. I'm going in. Who wants to hold the bag open and not close it?
Okay, you're going in just, sticking your head in?
Well, I'm gonna put the breathing tube in my mouth, and I'm gonna stick my whole half my body in, and I'm gonna hope that Mr. Pump can hold me so I don't fall.
Okay, well, for expediency's sake, I'm going to say that there's a clothespin, similar to one of these, on the end of the rubber hose for your nose.
It's just plugging it. Okay, I'm ready.
Somebody might want to tie a safety line to her, just in case. Mr. Pump can get some bellows and be pumping air into the rubber hose.
Old-timey divers. I think I have some rope.
I was gonna say, I think one of us have rope.
I think one of you's got an adventurous pack, yeah.
25 feet of rope.
Okay. Let's do this.
Probably mark the 7-foot mark.
I know.
Well,
No, 7 meter.
if the bellows gets pulled in, then you've gone too far, and it's probably time to pull her out. Or better still,
Don't
have
pull
Mr.
out.
Pump. Eric, if you hold on really tight to the hose without pinching it shut, she can just elastic band out and it's like, bungee!
Yeah.
And the rogue comes flying out and bouncing around the room.
Right? Like all over. Just animated as fuck.
Okay. Sam, can I get a D20 dex check from you?
Yeah, something I didn't get out. I didn't get my dice.
Which dice are we using today, Sam?
Green. My beautiful green ones. Okay. 22 in total.
20,
I
bloody
love
hell.
my decks.
Right.
It's so high.
You slip almost cat-like into this bag. In fact, this is such a menial challenge that with the rope tied round your waist, the breathing tube tied into the rope and then over your shoulder and into your mouth, a
Have you
clothes
seen The
peg
Grinch?
on your nose. No, I haven't.
He does that exactly. He's got the rope and then he kind of just like, okay, dive.
So you basically standing with who's holding the bag?
I don't know.
I'll hold the bag.
Right. So with Brian holding the bag,
Brian.
you stand on one of the pews and swan dive into this bag of holding.
Excellent.
Remember, the
Excellent.
mouth of a bag of holding expands as big as you want it to. So the further you pull it apart, the further it will open. That's what
All
she
right.
said.
I mean, I don't think I'm super fat. I think I'll fit okay if we don't stretch it open super far.
As you cross the event horizon, you feel a kind of wibbly feeling. It's not the kind of feeling that you get diving into water. It's the kind of feeling you'd get diving into a layer of gas.
Is it wibbly wobbly, timey wimey?
Not timey-wimey. It's more like a It's more like a Scooby-Doo
I already know
wibbly
that was
wobbly.
coming.
It's more of a Scooby-Doo wibbly wobbly.
Okay.
So you get a wibbly feeling as you cross the event horizon, and then you fall straight down, landing on a pile of stuff.
Yes.
The inside of this bag of holding looks like the print on those purple Galaxy leggings you can get. Purples and
Those are my
blues
favorite.
and like a huge starfield simulation around you. And you're
All right,
standing...
guys. Good luck with the dragon. I'm gonna stay down here.
Okay.
Eric, at any time you can just pinch that hose.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I was just about to say that.
Touch the hose, close the bag.
Yeah.
Um,
Bye, Silver.
Sam, you are sitting on a pile of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Now, a lot of that stuff seems to be relatively useless stuff. It's like broken chairs and a broom and pots and pans and things like that. It looks like there was a cart in here at one point. It looks like there might have been a horse attached to that cart at one point.
Oh no.
Also, piled on the cart, there is just odds and ends and knickknacks. There's lots of
That sort of
broken
thing.
tools. There's a couple of what look like cheap metal goblets, knives, forks, plates. It looks like an entire scout troop has gone camping and just dumped all their shit here.
Okay.
You also happen to be sitting on a small pile of gold. Now,
Convenient.
most of that is your own gold.
Shitballs.
But,
Just the mere mention of it perked her ears up.
Right?
but, if you want to take the time to start counting, or at least guesstimating,
Mm-hmm.
is that you're going to take the time?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, that was a high roll. Now, let's do a little multiplier. You find another 2,500 gold worth of coins, a mix of copper, silver, and gold, but in total, about 2,500.
Okay.
And to that, we're going to add a multiplier. And another 820 worth of various, or at least by your estimation, worth of various gemstones.
Sorry, blind. This is my my intake of sugar to keep me awake.
Yeah, keep you awake.
You
You
find
need that sugar rush. to
you
stay
find
awake till 4 in the morning.
4,500 worth of what you think, by your roguish talents, and you've broken into a few homes over the years, but 4,500 worth of what looks like art items, statues, idols, fancy plates or silver dinnerware. Looks like the spoils of maybe a stately home that had been quickly stashed in here on the way out of a building in a hurry. Because you never know when the villagers turn up with blazing torches and pitchforks.
It's terrifying.
So it's the go bag.
Yeah. Sam, you're writing all this down, right?
Yes.
There's also an awful lot of mouldy food here. So there's a couple of crates of what could have been apples or various fruits and vegetables that have gone completely mouldy. There's a very nice four-poster bed. Not quite sure how that worked. But the draperies have gone a little bit on the dusty side. Fortunately, no moths, because this place would be existing in a vacuum very quickly. Just like my moths, when I get them coming in off the lawn, because I leave the windows open in the evening, they exist in my vacuum very, very quickly. I have wall carpet. Fuck those moths. And dotted around the place, you can see the remnants of what could have been other living creatures at some point.
We need to do some spring cleaning, guys.
Me?
All of us.
You can dig around and see if you can find a feather duster, but that's going to be tricky because the dust isn't really going to go anywhere.
I think I'm good. Alright. Can I look around to see if there's anything else I see?
Are you looking for anything in particular? Because there's a lot, and there's just too much for me to list.
Well, we needed another, what did you guys say, like 30,000 last game when you were talking about it?
Do some math. How much have I given you?
Well, I had 30, we got rid of 16. Right now we have 18,570, and then you just gave me another 7,820. So, I mean, we still need more. We don't have enough. We need 50, right? He said 50 for the ship?
Okay,
Yeah,
in that
50,000.
case, Sam, give me an investigation roll.
Plus, we need to buy all our stuff.
That's with the cost of the items deducted.
Okay.
15.
Well,
15.
in
that
total,
is
yeah.
including all our armors and weapon stuff?
And stuff we haven't done yet?
That was 16,000, wasn't it? Sam, you deducted?
Yeah, 16,000 we deducted for that stuff.
Okay, because I know that we had already paid for the identifications on the stuff that we had getting checked out by the mage.
Yeah, there were a couple.
Yes.
There were about 1,000 each, and Brian, you've had to pay a little bit of the cash towards your spells.
Yep.
Okay, Sam, you find a small banded wooden chest. It's not banded with iron. It doesn't have like iron straps around the chest like a normal wooden chest would.
Okay.
This is about the size of a shoebox, and it has brass straps around it. I'm going to need to get one of my books out. Sam, I'm going to need you to do some dice rolling for me.
Okay.
Let's see. Give me a d6.
2.
Roll it again.
4.
And can I get a percentage dice from you? The 2 d10s together.
One's a 00, one's a...
I have this one, but what's the other one?
The other one will have 10,
This one?
20, 30 on it.
Oh, that's the one I have in my hand.
Okay,
And
so
then
yeah,
what's
the other one is just 1 to 10. Yeah, same shape.
Okay. I got 20 and I got 0.
Okay, one of you write down Staff of Healing. I think somebody's already called dibs on that one. I saw those eyebrows, Brian.
Oh, no. I'm thinking it's like, okay, well, that would be useful for either Sam or Dustin. Because what if something happens to me?
Yeah, and there's already been times where we've been like, we need to heal, and I can't.
I mean, the cleric's probably the one that's going to be able to use it, though.
You're right.
Don't let me touch it. I might accidentally break it.
Mr. Pump's standing there picking his teeth with it.
Anything fragile you can't touch.
Okay, Sam, give me another percentile roll.
Wait, why is he the one holding Sam, then?
40.
40.
Because that's a person.
It's still
Especially a
fragile.
person in my party. So,
Yeah, just don't break her foot, okay?
yeah, well, listen, it's just the... Am I holding... I thought I was holding the tube, or am I holding...
Okay,
You're
Sam,
holding both.
you find 16 more gems inside this little shoebox. 16 gems, various colours, that you estimate that are worth about 100 each.
Jeez, and I thought there'd be a pair of shoes in this.
So it's 1700.
I'm not done yet.
Be. I was just gonna say there should be freaking boots of stamina.
Give me another percentile dice.
Can we pretend it was 100?
What was it?
It was nothing. Nothing.
You got 10 and 0.
What?
If you got all zeros, it is 100.
Yeah,
I
double
just got
zero
zero.
is 0.
Sorry, you just said percentile.
Yeah.
Not both?
You both of them.
You
Yeah.
roll both, yeah.
Okay, 1 and 0.
Okay, but
Which one's
was
which?
it 1 or was it 10?
There's a 1 here, and then there's 2 zeros here.
So it's 1.
Okay, so 1.
So 1. Right. You know what? I'm gonna just
What
roll
did I
with
say?
it. I'm just. You know what? I'm just gonna
When
make
you
this.
roll percentile, you always roll both.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm totally gonna make this shit up. Sam, you find what looked like a pair of Jordans.
Okay.
You find a pair of
I'm
boots.
almost thinking.
You find a pair of boots in there. They're black and red striped with white colouring behind them. They're classic Jordans. You see a swoosh logo on the side, but it's not a straight cut swoosh. There's some jaggedy edges on there, and the word "air" written on the soles.
So striding and springing.
Can I put them on?
I'm surprised you haven't done so already.
Yeah, fuck yeah, I'm putting them
The
on.
proper answer is, how do they fit?
Okay, so
well.
what appear to have been a size 16 pair of Air Jordans, in mint condition, may I add, still with the paper wrappings over them, shrink perfectly to fit your size 6 dainty lady feet.
9, but yes, okay.
Okay, you're a rogue, not a cleric. Fit perfectly to fit your dainty size 9 lady feet. The laces kind of do themselves up, and you feel a little bit lighter on your feet today.
Sick.
Do you want to test them out?
Yeah, can I jump?
Okay.
I want to jump.
You just
And see
jump
what it
straight out of
does.
the bag.
Okay, give me a dexterity check. Oh, saving throw, actually. This is going to have to be a saving throw.
Oh.
That's not boots of elven kind.
You said dex?
Dexterity, yeah.
Save.
8.
Is that with all your bonuses added? Would you roll a 2? Okay,
Yes.
remember you are proficient in dexterity, so you get to add your proficiency as well.
That I did not remember. Oh, 11.
Okay. Mr. Pump, while you are holding on to the hose, you feel a sudden tug on this rubber hose. Brian's, as you're the one kind of holding the bag and looking down into it, and not really able to see anything beyond the event horizon, it's like looking into a black mirror or a pool of dirty water. Sam comes barreling, blasting out of this bag, bangs her head on the ceiling of the temple. You've got the wooden beams and the stone arches. And instead of falling back to the ground, just kind of hovers there.
What? Okay.
So do I have to do like a dex check to like dodge out of the way without getting hit?
Shall we? Let's do that. Go on, Brian. Let's do that.
Because she came flying out of there.
He constantly puts himself in more.
If you dunk on the cleric, Sam.
Well, here's the thing. I think Eric's got to be able to hold on to that hose properly.
It's a pretty long hose.
Zoom it past.
Okay, so I got a 13.
Okay, you managed that. Sam, you're floating on the ground, say about 10 feet in the air. After a few seconds, you start to float down and then touch the ground.
I love these.
You
These
are
great.
technically wearing Air Jordans. I mean, I'm going to be literal about this.
So when you jump, you get lots of air.
Just a bit, apparently. Get me out of a tricky situation.
Rav, yes, I think Michael Jordan did actually cheat with those shoes. But, you know, it was, you go from wearing, like, Converse, like, All-Stars with their solid rubber soles to something with an air cushion. It's going to be pretty spectacular the first time you use them. I think, oh god, what are they using now? They're using those kind of, like, self-enclosed rubber spring things?
Yeah.
That have they been banned? Because they've actually got a rebound force to them greater than the compression that's being applied. I don't really watch basketball. Okay. Yeah, how much booty doth thou have?
Pretty thick.
And some fine ass kicks to go with it.
I didn't even think of that, and then I was like, pretty thick. Yep.
You backed into that one, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, it's thick. It's hard not to. All right. So we have.
Jordan cheated with the skills he learned from the Looney Tunes. Yeah. What was the name of the female Bugs Bunny character in Space Jam?
Lola, I believe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Lola.
Lola Bunny.
I cannot believe how hypersexualized that character was.
It was very.
I've watched
Very
the
much so.
movie. I mean, I watched the movie decades ago, and I've never watched it since. But I was watching a YouTube video about the overtly sexualization of female characters in cartoons and computer games. And this wasn't talking about hentai at all. No anime. This is just
did that
Western.
for the new movie coming out.
Have they done it again?
No, they've undid that.
Oh, okay. So now she just looks like a flat-chested tomboy.
At least compared to the original. Yeah.
Does she have a full-length tank top now, or is it still cut off?
Oh, it's going to be a crop. It's definitely going to be a crop. I mean, given that how old's that film now? 30 years old?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, given that how times have moved on, she's probably wearing pasties and just nothing else.
Tassels even. It came out. Oh, it came out when I was born.
No, the new one is completely different. They've changed her so that she's not sexualized at all.
Yeah, they did. November 15th, 1996.
Wow.
I was like 8 months old then.
I've got T-shirts older than that.
Yeah.
I do. Eric, I think you've got T-shirts older than that.
Yeah, it's possible.
My cactus is as old as that.
Actually, yeah. A traditional thing in the UK when you leave high school, which is 16 in the UK, you basically we don't have high school yearbooks and stuff like that over here. High schools here are quite small. And the traditional thing is that you go around and have all your friends like sign their names on the back of your shirt.
Oh, nice.
So my shirt was actually quite a nice shirt. It was a Levi's shirt. It was an official school uniform shirt. So I wore like a plain white T-shirt underneath, and I just went around all day with my T-shirt on, and people were just scrawling things on the back of my T-shirt, which I didn't read until I got home. Should have been more diligent. I still have that shirt.
And you know what? Those are the best. Those are the best things to have.
It's probably not white anymore.
No, but at least it still has those memories on it.
Still there.
27,990.
Okay, so we're almost we're just over halfway there. Well done.
Yes.
Yay.
Okay, if you fancy doing more spelunking later, it will require continued investigation rolls, and I'm only going to allow you to do so many at a time. Otherwise, we'll be here all session.
True.
So if you want to kind of fly back in there and do one more,
I was gonna say maybe we should do one more.
I'll let you do. I'll let you do one more.
Because other than that, I forget. Did we ever actually get another quest from the people that were like, well, we still have like stuff that you can do if you want to get some extra gold? Did we ever do that, or did we just say, okay, that sounds good, and then like we'll come back later? When we were leaving the mean dude that told us to not come back.
Yes, the commander of the city watch is the mean dude.
No, we have not got.
He was mean.
Yeah, the only quest that he gave you was to examine the wharf side for those dragon priests.
And then
however,
we were leaving.
The dwarf.
That's what I was
meaning.
meaning.
The dwarf said she might have something for us to come back later on after the commanders left the office.
Yes. After he's had a good night's sleep.
Okay, Sam, investigation roll.
$23.
23. Okay. Back to the percentage dice, please. I'm going to do this one from the random tables. And we are going for treasure hoard.
What'd you tell me? Oh, I thought I was waiting on you. I'm sorry.
Geez, you're getting as bad as me. I keep dropping them on the floor.
I know. I got a 40 and I got a 6.
Is a ghost shirt.
You actually got your camera facing right, because you can read it.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Okay. That's okay. Okay. I'm going to roll something on this table because we're getting the same thing that we had before on both tables.
Actually, my camera's right too, because my painting is on my left side.
Okay, Sam, you as you're kind of digging around the pile of stuff that's kind of spilling out over the cart, you do determine it was a donkey that was pulling this cart originally.
Perfect.
Poor donkey.
Sorry, Scott.
You're kind of crawling around underneath it, and you see that some items have been stashed underneath the cart, probably to protect them from any other items that might fall into the bag at some point later down the line.
Okay.
You find And let's see, I need a D4. And it's a 4.
Mine. Cool.
You find 8 what look like plaster sculptures. They're very, very white and translucent like plaster, but they're far too heavy. And by your guess, they could well be very, very fine marble. Upon inspection, you see that they're veined slightly. The stone is veined, and it looks like it's got gold and silver glittering metals veining through the marble. There's 8 of them in total. They depict various versions of the gods on the disc. And the quality is superb. The marble is so finely polished you can feel no edges. You can barely feel a transition from one edge to another edge. It's so unbelievably smooth. These are worth an estimate of 7,500 each.
Each.
It's a good
Don't
thing
let Mr. Pump near them.
I was about to say that myself.
No, don't let Dustin talk to Mr. Pump about them.
Right? Yeah.
So, you would have found 2, but the manual did say roll a d4, and you got a 4. Okay, that was a bit of ice. I wasn't sure if it was a lemon seed.
Well, that puts us well over what we needed.
You need 50.
Well, if each one was 7,500, then we have 87,000.
Minus all your expenses.
Yes.
Okay, doke.
No, that's already. I already took away the 16,000,
Okay.
but
Yeah,
we
but
have a
there's
couple more things.
potentially. Yeah, I was gonna say there's more expensive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially if I want some scrolls done up.
Yep. Okay,
Sam,
so while I'm down here, is there anything else that I can see?
there's nothing else here that kind of catches your eye. You've seen all the shinies. You spend a few moments. Let's say you spend 10 minutes down there breathing through the tube while everybody else is up there waiting for you. You spend 10 minutes down there just kind of having a bit of a tidy up and a bit of an organize. You know, standing the statues up in the corner and sweeping the gold. You find a broom, of course, sweeping the gold into the side. So it's a little bit more organized. But you leave the donkey and the cart in the center, so that anything that does rain into the bag, if you just throw something into the bag, that's where it's going to land first.
Mm-hmm.
With hindsight, you pull the mattress off the 4-poster bed and lay that there. So if anything, if you do stuff any valuables in there, they'll at least have a soft landing.
Okay.
And they'll go boing
so,
and then
I mean,
smash.
I guess I don't really need pulled up.
Okay.
Just jump back out.
Sam kind of squats down, pushes off, and flies out of the bag.
It's so fun.
Landing deftly on the... deftly and very slowly. Almost like a slow fall. Deftly and very slowly on the ground next to Brian. Sam, you're holding the rod that you found down there. It looks like a carved wooden rod. It looks like it's made of some kind of bone, potentially ivory or something like that. Some kind of very, very finely grained bone. It also has a little paper tag tied to it with a bit of string that says Rod of Healing. The previous owner of this bag was very organized.
Apparently.
Or very forgetful, maybe. It's like...
Okay, so turn it over, Sam.
That's the staff of healing that we've had seen earlier?
Staff of healing, but it's about the length of a chopstick, so it's probably more like a wand or a rod.
Okay.
So turn
You
the
said to
tag
turn
over,
it-
Sam.
Yeah, I'll turn it over.
Okay, lather, rinse, and repeat.
Lather, rinse, and repeat.
Is written on the other side.
Wow. Okay.
There's also a weird collection of vertical stripy lines, some thin, some thick.
Like a barcode?
Yes, like a barcode.
Okay. I mean, I'm just gonna, like, give this to Brian.
Okay.
I just think you're gonna have the best use with it.
So what do I do? Write down chopstick of healing?
Yes. That'll do. Okay, so Sam, you untie your rope, you kind of coil up the hose and stow that down in the bag of yours. You relay to the party your miniature hoard, because you pretty much do have a treasure hoard down there now.
Mm-hmm.
There may be some other items down there that you didn't see that may have been buried under the pile of gold. You didn't really pay a huge amount of attention as you were kind of sweeping things into corners. You just wanted to at least be able to get to stuff nice and quickly. Okay, Brian, what do you want to do with your bag?
Well, mine's pretty small. I'm not sure if I could actually, like, stick my head in there.
Well, you know, you don't have to boast about it, mate. It's hardly going to be a wizard's sleeve like Sam's was. Okay, you're just
gonna. So it's a little dark, but if someone holds the bag open, I can actually just use my light spell and kind of guide it into the entrance to see if it lights up the area for me.
Well, the inside of Sam's bag was illuminated.
It was a fancy bag.
Okay, you produce your light cantrip. You kind of got it balled up in your hand, and you kind of shove your head into the bag with your arm in front of you. You kind of pop through the floor of what would be a very, very nicely specced out bathroom. There's a lovely tub in the corner, like a roll-top tub with those little golden claws for feet. There looks like what's to be very modernized plumbing in one sort. And you see 2 toilets. One with a seat on it, one without. In the corner, hanging over the tub, is not a bucket as one would expect, but there seems to be some complicated plumbing arrangement, and what looks like the funnel from a watering can hanging over the bathtub.
So we got a portable shower if I need one.
It's always handy not to get caught short. And obviously you don't want to spend more than 5 minutes in there.
Yeah, true.
Also in this room, you see a variety of high-quality items, leather goods, a whole pile of really fancy women's shoes in the corner. There are a couple of small piles of gold. There's a few what look like money bags, like small sacks tied up with string. There's some small banded wooden chests in the corner. But this bag or pouch of holding looks like it may have been owned by a nobleman at some point. And a nobleman that appreciated the finer arts of quality indoor plumbing. Now, the question that kind of springs to mind now, because I really haven't fully thought this through, is where does it go when you flush the toilet?
Good question.
Because what happens
the other thing is you'd have to be pretty short with that too, because you said there's probably only about 5 minutes of air.
Well, you don't want to be in there for too long, do you? I mean, if you're sitting there for any more than 10 minutes, your legs are going to go numb anyway.
I feel like maybe this pouch of holding was part of a pair, and you don't want to find the other pouch.
Or maybe the other pouch of holding is attached to the waste pipe of the toilet.
That's it.
Yeah, but even still, wouldn't that be a pouch within a pouch?
Yes.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, I could see that, but Wouldn't it cause both of them to explode instead of just the one?
If one of them backed up, it would cause the other one to explode, yes. So it's probably something that a good silage merchant would be able to arrange on a regular basis. So there are some boxes, look like small banded chests. These look a little fancier than your usual one. There's a small set of shelves on pushed against the wall with various bottles, all different fancy shapes and fancy colours. Some of them have labels, some do not. Some have a little squeeze things on the end, so you're guessing they may be some kind of perfumes. There's some small round metal boxes with lids, potentially with powder puffs and talcum or various unctions and ointments. I think your bag of holding is Zaza Gabor's bathroom. Everything is white porcelain, pristine white, and all the metal fixtures and all the highlights and the decorative elements are all done in a very, very polished gold. As you glance around, you see that there are some towels stacked up on the side, neatly folded. There's a towel dangling from a little golden ring next to the wash basin.
Right.
There's a monogram in gold embroidered on the towel.
What's the monogram?
Z.
It's Zoro's bathroom.
I expect his bathroom to have lots of sharpening stones and lots of shredded towels. I will not waste 5 minutes of the day.
I just
Well, I'm wondering-
screenshotted
That's the
that.
closest I'll get to an Antonio Banderas impression, I'm sorry.
So I'm wondering what's in some of those small little. I'd almost say that it'd be like coffers, right?
It's more like you know that if you do go into one of those really fancy hotel bathrooms, everything is all the little soaps and shampoos are all presented to you either on a piece of slate or in a lovely wicker basket.
Yeah.
Depending on whether it's a spa or a fancy hotel. You kind of get the impression that that's what's going on here. There's lots of these little metal jars that would probably contain kind of ointments and creams and powders for making yourself potentially attractive. But you would need to investigate if you want to have a look.
The sad thing is I don't have investigation, so it's always just a straight roll. But
Roll
I would
that
surmise the shelf is probably where I drew that healing potion from when I reached in the one time.
Okay, what's your roll?
Okay, so
Sounds like he needs the toilet.
I just got a 4.
A 4. Okay. Aside from the some of the bottles, as I said, are labelled. There's a small row of little red bottles, kind of like frankly, kind of like this. This is an ink bottle of mine, one of my favourites. Kind of that shape, but a little bit smaller. This one has a little kind of glass ball stopper, so it traps the ink in the top, allowing you to fill, and then you can drain the ink back out slowly.
That's beautiful.
It's a Dutch company called
that's cool.
Ackerman that make those. That was courtesy of Marie, who's probably not in the room anymore. She may well have gone to bed. I'm not sure if that's a recent Redemption Blind Eye, but I accept it. I accept your challenge.
Hey, yeah, he just redeemed it.
I'm running out of gin.
Uh-oh.
So there's 6 of these kind of. There's 6 of these kind of conical shaped bottles with the long stems with a little cork in the top, and they're green coloured. You also see what look like flask style bottles with round bottoms and the long stem with the cork in the top, and they're red coloured. And there's a little row of blue ones as well. The healing potion that you pulled out before, can you remember what colour it was?
I'm pretty sure it was red.
So you can surmise that the red ones would or could be healing potions. Now they're all in relatively small bottles. They're all the same size. So the bottle is maybe between 5 and 8 centimeters tall. So these are pretty potent. You also see a whole collection, almost a little menagerie of other bottles. Some of them square and tall, some of them flat and cone shaped, some of them rounded, some of them almost with this little kind of a heart shape with a cork stopper in them. None of them are labelled. They are all full.
So heart shaped. Would they be like a charm or a love potion?
I'm rolling for you here, Brian.
Don't go falling in love with Ron Weasley now.
Guys, I'm not sure in the chat if you can actually see those dice once you're full screen. My camera doesn't focus particularly well at that range, but that's a 14. Brian, you find when you pulled out the potion earlier in the game, this was when you were battling the Lich, wasn't it?
Yep.
What did you do with the bottle? Do you remember?
Well, the bottle itself, I would have likely put it back in the bag.
That's good, because I rolled a 14. You find that what was an empty bottle, you find it's laying on the floor. It didn't magically find its way back to the shelf, but it did magically refill itself.
Oh, that is handy. Okay. Just got to figure out what these blue ones are. Should I take the red pill or the blue pill?
It could just be Gatorade and give you a +1 in battle for the next 10 minutes. Hydrate or die, motherfuckers.
Like a potion of aid.
Well, we have Lucozade over here in the UK. I think that's mostly through Europe. I don't know if you get Lucozade in the US. North America. It's basically a high sugar, high glucose energy. It's the original energy drink. Used to be sold over here way back as, I think, the early 70s, when they were trying to sell it as something you take for somebody who is in hospital because it helps revive them by pumping them full of massive amounts of sugar. They kind of diversified into the sports drink lineup in the 80s and 90s once things like electrolyte high drinks became the fashion. But whereas America is big on Gatorade as a brand and they do all the different kinds of sports drinks, over here we have Lucozade for that.
I'd almost say that would be kind of like Powerade, because it's made by Pepsi, but it's like there's a lot of sugar in it.
Hang on, did we get raided by nerdy northerners earlier and I missed it?
No, he just popped in.
Oh, okay. He's just jumped in. Well, I'm guessing that's Jake, if you finished your stream. But welcome. Lurk away, sir. Lurk away. There could be some pink ones with Pepto-Bismol. You never know. The fact that there are lots of little, on one of the shelves there's a variety of what appear to be perfume bottles with a little atomizer pumps on them. They're all very highly decorated glassware. So some of them have got what looks like silver beading that's been wrapped around the bottle to make it look more exotic.
Those might be worth a pretty penny.
Okay, anything else you want to do while you're in here?
Did you look up at the beautiful stars?
Well, I did kind of look up to a degree because I was examining the tub.
On the ceiling of this magical bathroom, you see what looks like a fresco painting. Not quite the Sistine Chapel, but
is someone going like this?
The ceiling depicts Cori Celesti, and in particular Dun Manifest in the Home of the Gods.
Oh.
And the gods in their various forms are laid and draped on furniture and having peeling grapes and just relaxing in their godness.
Being painted like one of the French girls. I don't think Omar was in stream the other day and heard that.
Yeah, probably not. I think you'd already gone to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't make any of the Sea of Thieves stream. I was asleep long before you started that. I saw the alert on my phone. Okay, I'm going to call it there for you, Brian, because you're running out of air at this point. So Brian kind of pulls his head back out of the bag and... oh, right, okay. You've got a pouch that's the size of frankly, a goat's scrotum, and you've stuck your entire head in there and found a very posh bathroom. So, a beautiful porcelain and gold bathroom with modern plumbing inside a goat's nutsack.
Mm-hmm. And it's pretty stretchy.
Magical nutsack. God, could you imagine having been that goat? What amazing things you could have done.
Nope.
Okay, in the meantime, the ranger and the golem have kind of been looking on in increasing levels of boredom.
I bet.
So I'd say a good hour has passed at this point now, between Sam's organising and rebreathing exercises inside her bag, and the cleric's. Well, you've got a usable bathroom. It would be rude not to. The sun's come up. You can hear sounds from the outsiders of the temple windows. It sounds like some of the market sellers and the street hawkers are setting up their spots. Life is coming up to the city. Well, Ankh-Morpork is never alive, to be fair. Kind of like leaving a cheese out on a warm day. It's going to be full of life no matter what. Bake that and get some breadsticks and just go for it.
Yeah.
So you have your items should be ready to be picked up today. If you want to pop along and speak to them. They may not be ready first thing in the morning, but they will be ready today. You can still do some more shopping along the Street of Cunning Artificers. You probably want to be steering clear of the City Watch. And potentially avoiding any further trouble in the city. Record's not been great. Just saying. So, while we do that, I am going to take a short break because there's some kind of commotion going on outside. I think there's a couple of drunk girls having a fight.
That's what that is.
You could hear that, could you?
That on stream?
I'm going to go and investigate that and maybe pee on them from the top from one of the bedroom windows. Get off my lawn.
So you're gonna piss them off, are you?
Yes. Hang on, I'm gonna roll d20 to see if that works. I've got a 12. It's a bit hit and miss at the minute. So, stream, I'm going to pause everything for the moment, and we shall be back shortly. And we are back, mixing up another tasty beverage.
I have a scroll that I don't know what it is, so I need it looked at. And then I have a spell that I want for the future, as well as I think Brian still does.
I do have a question, Omar.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you say that all of this stuff is worth something, but where do we go to sell that stuff?
Go to find a fence.
Not necessarily. You could go to a bank and have it exchanged into gold pieces, or given the fact that most of it is in precious metal artworks and gemstones, just turn up to the captain's ship with a big trunk.
Okay.
If he's a pirate, he'll already know the exchange rate.
Yeah. Yeah, he just said up front. He didn't say in what currency. I'm just going to turn the oven on because I got to make the kids' supper as well.
No problem.
I'll mute myself and I'll keep the sound on so I can still hear everything.
Adam, the disturbance outside, I think, was a result of the England football game that's been on today. I'm guessing England is winning or has won. But there was a load of girls and a load of lads kind of milling around the chip shop, wearing foam white top hats with red crosses on them. So it's definitely football related. The joys of living in the UK. Okay, right. What have you decided that you're going to be doing?
Magic.
Magic first. Okay. So you head down the street of cunning artificers. Are you stopping for breakfast?
Probably be a good
I think
idea.
the rogue said yes.
Okay, you head down the street of cunning artificers. As you kind of go around a few corners, because it's a few blocks away, you see a couple of street sellers that are selling food from various wagons and trays with like straps around their necks. One catches your eye. He's quite a hunched, elderly-looking man, quite a bit of a shifty look about him, but he seems to have an array of what looks like sausages and a bun.
Your kind of meals, Dustin.
He notices you inspecting. It's like, hello, sir. Would you like to try a sausage and a bun? I have meat pies. I have lovely meat pies.
Who doesn't like sausages?
Well, they are the finest sausages in all of Ankh-Morpork, sir. And I will fight you if you say otherwise.
I don't know, but the meat pie sounds pretty good.
Okay. Freshly made today, sir. I guarantee it. Only 92% gristle.
Gotta have something to chew on.
Indeed, sir must have a healthy jawline. He takes one of the meat pies. It looks like a little pot pie in a little foil tray, so in a very small, thin metal tray. Hands it to you. That'll be 1 silver, whether you eat it or not, sir. You notice on the tray that's kind of hanging from a strap around his neck, it says Dibbler on it. Enterprises established, or EST with a dot.
So everything around here is licensed.
Absolutely.
That was just a general thought in my head type thing.
I hope you're enjoying your pie, sir. No refunds. He turns to Ranger. Would you like a sausage in the bun, sir?
Sure.
He takes a sausage and a bun from the front. There's a selection of jars with little lids and tiny spoons with the handles sticking out. Any condiments?
No.
Okay, hands it over to you. Raw. 1 silver, please, sir.
I'll hand him my silver.
Okay. He looks at you carefully as you take a bite. Dustin, can you roll a Constitution check for me, please?
Yeah. Just a regular check.
Yep. Oh, sorry, no. This will be a saving throw.
Oh, doesn't matter. 15.
15. You managed to, after some negotiation, you managed to swallow this mouthful of sausage in a bun. Brian, can you roll a Constitution save as well, please?
Come on, stay on the table.
Sam, you don't get a discount for providing your own ingredients.
Well, I did spectacular because I rolled a 20.
Okay. Brian, you take a big old hefty bite out of this meat pie. You're not entirely sure what meat it actually is, but it's reasonably tasty. There's plenty of gravy, not too many chewy bits, and certainly no eyeballs floating in it. Sam, are you gonna peruse the wares? We've got sausages in buns. We've got what look like little pot pies.
I want a pot pie. Yes.
Okay.
That sounds lovely.
Mr. Dibbler picks up a pot pie and hands it to you. It's 1 silver, please, whether you eat it or not. Or I should say, whether you keep it down or not. No refunds.
No
1
refund.
silver. Just hands him to Sam.
It's a little card with a picture of Sam on it.
Y'all are goofs.
Okay, Brian, would you mind rolling a Constitution save for Sam, please? We know she's a +1.
Wow, just like an invitation? Oh, you're not going to be happy with me, Sam.
It's okay. I'm happy with
I
you.
got a total 4.
Yeah, I probably would have got that too.
Sam, you bite into the pie. It's squishy. It's kind of hard, and it's after rolling it around your mouth for about 30 seconds. It's definitely not meat because
That's
it's still
disgusting.
in one piece.
Bill's gotta eat.
The food seller looks at you concerned that you might want your money back, but concerned. It's no finest ingredients, absolutely finest ingredients in Angmore pork. I wouldn't be selling them any less than a silver. In fact, they are so cheap at 1 silver that's cutting my own throat. Welcome, you actually have now officially met Cut Me Own Throat Dibbler, or CMOT Dibbler. Sam Squared's in the room. Hi, Sam.
Hi, Sam. Love you long time.
CMOT Dibbler is one of Ankh-Morpork's more enterprising street sellers. If there is a dragon to be burning the city down, he'll be the one selling the flags. If there was a rampant outbreak of cholera, he'll be the one with the dirty tissues. Never one to miss a trick, and always sold just above market value. And that's cutting my own throat. Having had a reasonable breakfast, you proceed towards the Street of Cunning Artificers. You pass Janet's workshop. You can see her dad at the front at the counter, kind of busily sorting out what looks like various types of arrows, and kind of bundling them up and setting them aside. So it looks like he's restocking. You don't see Janet at the front. She's probably hard at work at the back. Across the street, you can see Rincewind through the glass of his shop window with his feet up on the desk. He seems to be snoozing.
Typical.
He doesn't have his pipe in his mouth, does he?
You can't see from here.
Has he been smoking this early in the morning?
Well, from here you can see a wooden counter that's about just above waist height. You can see 2 red slippers with big coily ends on the toes and really hairy legs disappearing under the counter. And then you can just see the point of a wizard's hat sticking up above the surface of the counter. If you were to kind of press your face up on the glass, you might catch something. You might actually also see further what's going on inside. You'll definitely catch something.
I kind of figured there was like a double meaning on that one.
No worries, Blind. You do you. Hope your buddy's okay. Dustin,
Oh,
you're
wow.
wanting to get this
Yeah.
scroll identified, weren't you?
Hope he's okay.
Yes.
Okay. You open the door to the wizard's shop. There's a little bell tinkling above the door, as there was before. Rincewind appears to be snoring.
Appears to be snoring. Is there a little bell at the counter?
Yes.
I'll hit the bell.
Okay. It's not a round bell like you get in a hotel with a push button. It's just a bell hanging from a little frame that you flick, and the clapper inside bangs on the bell. Oh, it's you. What do you want? I was having a snooze. I was having a lovely dream. Had potatoes. The potatoes were chasing the carrots.
Why?
I don't know, it was a dream. I'm a wizard, not
Not a gardener.
No, if you want philosophy, you want to go next door.
Okay. Actually, I have this scroll, but I was hoping you could tell me what it is for, what kind of magic spell.
Okay, you take the roll of paper out of one of your various pockets and lay it on the table. There's a scroll.
Aha. Yes.
He undoes the little bit of string that ties the scroll together and unrolls it, scans it quickly. It's a summoning spell, not one that I'm familiar with. Summon worm, paper worm, bookworm, sheet worm. I don't know, something about summoning a worm. It's definitely a wizard spell. Or I don't know. It's not one that I've ever seen before. Let me check Brian's. Brian, what class do you have access to? Is it just cleric spells?
It's just cleric spells, yeah.
Okay. Dustin, if you wanted to give this one to the cleric could learn it from the wizard.
Okay.
I'll allow that.
I will probably give this to the cleric.
Okay, you spend a couple of minutes with the wizard, Brian, just as he goes through the exact wording of the spell. Because it's a wizard scroll, the language is a little different. Some of the runes are a little bit different to what a cleric would be used to. So what you do, Brian, is frankly, you just pull a pencil out and you start making notes in the margin. Once you've done that, everyone else can actually see Brian's lips moving as he's reading through this and attempting to memorize the spell. Brian, it is indeed a spell called Summon Bookworm, and this is a level 4 spell.
Now, is that worm with a O or a Y?
With an O.
Denote the scroll.
I believe one of you pick up a wand at some point when you were investigating the spiders?
Yeah, that was me.
I think I did, but I gave it to Brian.
Did you want to have that looked at?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. He picks up the wand. It kind of looks like a chopstick. Square at one end and round at the other. It has the word wand written on it, because, label everything. He kind of gives it an experimental swish, and another wand appears on the table in front of him. He swishes again, nothing happens. Puts it down. Picks up the new wand, swishes it, another wand appears on the table. I'm sensing a pattern here.
A wand of duplication?
It's a wand of wands. It's a wand that will create another wand, and they are single-use items. After about 30 seconds of experimenting, he has a pile of what appear to be quite reasonably quality made chopsticks.
The only problem is trying to figure out what the command word is for them.
As you've asked, he kind of shows you the swish. It's more like not quite a perfect circle. It's like a little spiral. So you start wide and tighten, and as you tighten, you kind of push the wand forward, and another wand appears. Zach, good afternoon, good evening, sir. Welcome, welcome. Our players are currently investigating the Wizard Rincewind's little magical shop and having some of their items identified. One of which is a wand of wands. A wand that creates wands. All of which are single use. So, you have chopsticks, you have a small pile of kindling, or if you've got a bouncy ball, you can play pickup sticks.
So that's all it does? It just creates wands?
That's all it
There's
does. It's a
nothing
wand
you use
of...
in the wand?
It's a wand of wand. Not wands. A wand of wand.
I really just want, like, 1 in every 500 makes 2 wands.
What you really need is a pencil sharpener.
Right.
And maybe a small pistol crossbow, and this could be really handy.
Yeah.
Because as it flies through the air, it's spiraling and advancing forward. And when it impacts the target, maybe another one appears. So it's like a double hit when fired from a crossbow.
Yeah.
Hey, I like the idea of that. Yeah, I'm just okay. Yeah, sorry, the chaos rules in my brain, especially with the gin. Zach the DM, I am drinking a Vespa Martini, diluted down with some very, very nice Indian tonic water. Just trying to make the chaos last a bit longer.
And I also have a cloak that needs looked at.
Okay, are you wearing the cloak?
I probably have been wearing it.
It's been keeping you very comfortably warm. It's never too hot, it's never too cold. It just seems to be about like the Goldilocks zone as far as clothing goes. North Face could learn a thing or two from that one. You unfasten the buckle of the cloak and just flick it off with a flourish. Fold it up and lay it down on the table. The material is so unbelievably light. It's lighter than silk, but it has the flow and the feel of silk. It's not black, because black is too obvious. This is like a really deep, foresty olive green. And as it sits there on the table, the light is bouncing off it. And sometimes, if you kind of move your head, you can see the colours shifting from light green to dark green to almost midnight blue. Rincewind looks down at this. Ooh, very nice. Very nice indeed. Definitely magical. Where did you get it?
It was a gift someone gave me.
Very, very nice gift. He picks it up, kind of stretches it out, runs his fingers along the seams. Do you know what it does?
No.
Okay. I thought I'd ask, maybe save us some time. Runs along the seams. His fingers brush against something. And he examines it a little bit closer, pulls like a big magnifying glass out of the drawer and... Ooh, okay. Hands it back to you. It's definitely magical. It seems to be quite powerful. There's a variety of different spells on this one. I can't really tell which one in particular it's exuding.
How do I find out which one it is?
Well, you could try the activation word.
Was I supposed to be given a word when I was given this? Or is there a way to know what that word is?
I'm sure there's a way to know what the word is.
He holds up the hem of the cloak. There you go. On the hem of the cloak, stitched in almost the same colour thread as the cloak is made of. So it's almost impossible to see unless you were running your fingers along the hem. You would have felt the difference in the stitching. Almost like reading Braille on a really squashed piece of paper. You see the activation word Furtim. Furtim.
Okay. I'll say the word.
Okay, you put on the cloak, you pop the hood up, and you say the word Furtim. The rest of you see the ranger disappear.
Bye, Felicia. Yeah, this is a fantastic cloak of invisibility.
Wait, is a cloak of invisibility? Am I still there?
Somebody's microwave is ready. Mr. Pump is a little bit stunned at seeing somebody disappear.
Yeah,
so he reaches forward and kind of swirls his hand where the ranger was. There's nothing there.
Oh. I was actually going to say I wonder if I might panic a bit.
With Mr. Pump's incredible vision, because remember, you've got magical dark vision as well.
Right.
You see no trace of anything. No shimmer, no disturbance in the air, no nothing. Dustin, you're still there, but you're seeing things through a veil. Like you're looking through a net curtain, for example. Or some very thin fabric. Like you've stretched a pair of underpants over your head and you're trying to walk around your house. Because, you know, I don't judge.
Without the same smell, though.
We don't know where this cloak's been. Because this was a gift from the dragon, and, you know, dragons don't have pockets, so where did it come from?
Right. Yeah.
So I assume saying Furtim again will bring me back?
Saying it again does nothing.
Oops.
Taking off the cloak.
Okay, you flip down the hood, and you're immediately visible to everybody.
Okay.
Meanwhile, as you're flipping down the hood, Mr. Pump's hand comes around for an exploratory search, knocking you to the ground.
Do you need a strength check?
So, Dustin, you were there. To everybody else, you were not. Consider this not a cloak of invisibility. Consider this as a dimension shift.
Okay.
You're temporarily on another plane, even though you're still in the world.
So, kind of like the One Ring.
Well,
kind of, but with different side effects.
I've had a cloak of dimension door before, but this is slightly different.
This is my game. It's going to be slightly different.
Yes. Sweet.
So, Rincewind looks at you. Oh, it's just a regular old cloak of invisibility. That's quite nice. Without knowing who made it, we've got no idea how many charges it has, but you know, normally you can only use them so many times, and then you've got to bring them back to someone like me to, you know, power them up again.
Now I have to think about this.
Dustin, on your sheet, Where you've got your cloak, could you put a little 1 tally mark next to that to say that you've used it once?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, you have a Wand of Wands. You have a spell scroll, level 4 scroll that the cleric has been able to learn of Summon Bookworm. And you have a cloak of some kind of invisibility or dimension shift. There's no way of knowing for definite what it is until you try it in the field, so to speak.
Now, how did he make out with my axe and mace?
Oh, yeah, I thought you looked familiar. 1 minute. He potters into the back and comes out with the axe and the mace carried between both hands because they're rather heavy. Kind of drops them down on the floor. The mace, remind me where you picked up the mace. Or remind the audience, at least.
It was the one gift that I got from a friend.
And the axe?
That was from... I can't specifically remember what the guy's name was, but it was the Lich.
That was the Lich, yeah. So, the axe, definitely magical. Really good for making drinks lovely and cold. The axe is a frost axe, or like very similar to a frost brand. It's actually more like a war pick than an axe. You've got an axe head on one side and a spike on the other. Reasonably long handle for two-handed use. Probably not very good for felling trees, just by the shape of the blade. Normally, for a felling axe, you'd have a concave grind on the blade as it gets to the point. This is more like a straight side with a grind. This is really for splitting, for driving things apart, like skulls. Weapon-wise, it is +2 to hit and +2 damage. So it's definitely magical. +2 to attack and +2 for your damage roll. The axe will do 1d8 cold damage. It also emits light when it's wielded. So if it's tucked away in a belt or something, it'll be fine. But as soon as you lay both hands on it and you kind of wield the axe in anger, it will start to emit light. Bright light for 10 feet and dim light for a further 10 feet. Also, because this is an established weapon in D&D, wielding the weapon will extinguish any non-magical flames within a 30-foot radius.
Non-magical flames, okay. Just wielding it?
Just wielding it. As soon as you kind of draw the axe in anger. They're magical weapons. They know if they're going to be used for picking toenails or for splitting heads.
You said in how much of a radius?
For the light or for the flame?
The flame.
30-foot radius. So any non-magical flames will be extinguished. And it emits pure cold. You can, as you're, when you pick up the axe and it starts to glow, you can feel the cold running through the handle. What he hasn't told you, because you didn't tell him this and he won't have any way of knowing, is that the axe has another little party trick, and you saw the Lich use that.
Right. So when it strikes the ground, it sends out a wave of cold, which can trap anybody that's standing on the floor.
Basically freezes the floor to maybe half an inch thick of ice. Because you're writing down stats, I'll give you a 30-foot radius on that one. So anybody within a 30-foot radius, if they fail a dex check, they'll be frozen in place until they can use a strength check to kind of pull their boots free, or at least pull the skin off their bare feet. Probably more effective than dangling your toes in a pool of fish.
Now, you said an inch or an inch and a half of ice?
About half an inch.
Oh, half an inch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just over a centimetre. Blind, I'm glad he's okay. Yeah, 50 seconds of that's going to be kind of a near-death experience. I'm resisting the urge to do my death voice, just out of respect for you, bud. But yeah, glad he's okay, bud.
Yeah. It's good it was only a short time.
There appears to be a mix-up. I'm not here for you today. Carry on. Your mace, on the other hand, slightly different. Your mace is +2 to hit, +2 to damage.
And you said that it was like 1d4 lightning damage, right?
It was 1d4 lightning damage because you didn't know how to use it.
Okay.
Your mace is 1d10 damage. Plus 1d4 necrotic damage. So 1d10 lightning, yes, but also 1d4 necrotic, of which you absorb the 1d4 as health.
Oh, so
So-
it's kind of like a vampiric mace.
Kind of. So it heals you as you wield it.
This is spicy as shit.
What did you make?
Tacos.
Oh,
It's really, really spicy.
Oh, so you're cutting up the lettuce. I was trying to figure out what you were cutting up.
I thought it was a green pepper.
Green pepper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I've got a couple of those in the fridge. I need to use them up before they go wrinkly.
Mhm. That's what mine was.
Look like an orangutan's
Almost that.
testicles once they've been in my fridge for 2 weeks.
I hear that because I got a bag of peaches probably about 3 days ago, and I checked them this morning.
They're all soft on
like,
the bottom.
80% of them were gone, so I got 3 peaches out of the bag.
Someone say monkey.
Gone, as in somebody else in the house
Don't
has
use
eaten them.
that word.
Okay, so yeah, 1d10 lightning damage, and 1d4 necrotic, of which you absorb that d4.
Right.
So the weapon heals you every time it strikes. Rincewind reaches underneath the counter and very gingerly lifts up the dagger for Sam, lays it on the counter and steps back.
I'm not touching that.
Sam, you immediately pick up the dagger and start twirling it in your hand, as if you're like spinning a pencil in a boring classroom. And you don't pay it any mind at all. Your hands seem to be doing this on their own. You need to write down these weapon stats.
All right.
Dagger fidgeting.
So, yours is...
We already have the stats.
So this is in weapons.
But did you have the actual stats for him?
Yeah, he's gonna
Oh, I
flush
guess
it
not.
out a little
I
bit
guess
here.
So it would go in this section, and I just replace that.
Yeah,
instead?
replace what you had written.
Okay.
That's why you use pencil.
So, the dagger is +2 to hit. So whatever you've got for your weapon proficiency, which is your dex modifier, what are you, +6 already?
Yeah.
So you're +8 to hit for that with that weapon. So when you roll to attack, you're adding 8 to your dice roll. And it's +2 to damage. Now your damage roll is 1d8 plus 2.
Mm-hmm.
Plus 1d4 necrotic.
What's necrotic?
It's like, well, it's like zombie damage. It's undead damage. Your dagger steals life from whatever you attack. And like Brian's mace, you will absorb that energy. It heals you as you fight.
Okay.
So
and that's all I'm absorbing is just the health, or is it the thing's actual energy too?
Well, until you try it a few times, you don't know yet.
Okay.
So you're plus 6 to... So you're already plus 6, so your total is plus 8 to hit. And your damage is 1d8 plus 2.
Yep.
Plus 1d4. And put H in brackets, or N in brackets for necrotic or healing. So whatever you roll on the d4, that's how many hit points you'll get back using that weapon.
Okay.
That weapon has, I think the way I described it is that weapon had intent. It almost like, not that it had a mind of its own, it certainly isn't a sentient blade, but it had intent. The metal is particularly special.
I'm listening.
It's made of the same metal as your necklace.
Oh.
And if Brian has it, because I know he hasn't taken it out in the wizard's presence yet, it's the same metal the crown of feathers is made of. Not the feathers that are on the crown. Remember, the feathers were added afterwards. But the actual crown itself, the crown's band with the occasional spikes, it's the same metal.
Wonder what would happen if you had the dagger, necklace, and crown on at the same time. Sounds scary.
Is this what you're saying to the wizard? Are you saying that to the wizard?
No.
No.
So, as he sees you playing with it, it's like the wizard kind of leans up. It's not like any metal I've ever seen. I've heard stories of star metal, and I'm wondering if that's it. But this is metal that's so hard, I daren't touch it. It was also really sharp, like magically sharp. Nothing I had could dull the blade. Please put it away, and I don't want to have anything to do with it. Oh, it also has some kind of magical thing to it, but I couldn't identify what the magic was.
Well, thank you.
So your blade also has a magical component that you don't know about, besides the healing capability.
Okay. I'm gonna just put it in my belt pocket here.
So, for those that didn't catch the description in the earlier episodes, this is like a curved bladed dagger. No serrations in it, nothing fancy, just a very curved blade of a multicolored striped metal. The handle kind of curves back from the blade, so it curves out of the bottom of the hand with a spike at the bottom and a little finger loop underneath. Sam slips her finger into the loop, spins the dagger in her hand, and then slides it into her belt without even realizing she's done it.
Kind of like spinning a gun in the Old West.
Aye, but
Right?
but if you get it wrong, that doesn't give you a Brazilian.
Man, I don't like that thing.
What thing?
The dagger.
Oh, I thought you meant this. I was like,
No, out of character, I really don't like that dagger.
good to know. Good to know.
I will tell you both. Brian kind of already knows this. Me and Brian had a chat after the game last time. That dagger's important.
Mm-hmm.
Not just to Sam. That dagger's important. Once you learn how to use it, you'll understand what I mean. but you'll only know when you try. So you don't know everything that it can do yet. Brian, your Frostblade you do, and with your mace, you know what the mace does. There is also a couple of components to that mace that you don't fully understand yet, that Rincewind wasn't able to determine. But you know,
just a silly question, but what does axe do for damage? Is that 1 to 8?
Axe is normally 1d8, yeah.
Brass knuckles.
Somebody wants to go and see Janet.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's what Janet.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
while you guys are in the wizard's shop, Mr. Pump kind of loses interest and goes wandering across the street into Janet's workshop. Eric, you're basically Thanos in this city at the moment. Everybody knows who you are. Janet's dad, the blacksmith, looks at you. He's like, "Hide the chickens!"
Yeah.
Janet.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Janet's
I can't remember if you got that enabled here or not.
Janet sticks her head out of the doorway. Oh yeah. It's you guys again. Are the others with you?
No.
Okay.
Just me.
Well, anyway, yours is ready. Relatively straightforward. Wasn't too much fuss. But I did have to pop over to the wizard and get him to do some of his stuff on this. She puts a pair of brass knuckles down on the table. To anybody else, these would look like 4 horseshoes that have been welded together. They're that big. And across the front of the knuckles, you have the inscription that you requested. You slip the brass knuckle onto one hand, and as you close your fingers, a shield pops out, covering the back of your hand and part of your wrist. Right, so I had the wizard do his little thing to them, and your knuckles will give you +1 to hit. +2 to hit. And +2 to your regular damage. So you normally do 8 damage for strength.
Yeah.
So you'll be +10. +2 to hit and you'll be +2 to hit and 10 damage per strike.
Okay. So
the shield on the back of the knuckles will add to your AC, so that'll give you +2 to your AC.
Okay.
So if you can literally block with your fists.
Fantastic.
Now, obviously we like a happy customer. She gestures to a small symbol that's been engraved in the side of one of these brass knuckles. Just my little maker's mark. So if anybody else wants to know where you got them from, just please do send them my way.
I will.
I also had the wizard do an extra special bit of to them.
Okay.
Once per day, or once per long rest, shall we say, and I know that technically doesn't affect you, but I've got to put the mechanic in. You can choose to use them to do a magical attack.
Okay.
If you've got the player's handbook open, which I'm guessing you have, or you just character sheet, look up in the player's handbook Thunderwave.
Thunderwave. Okay.
So it's a kinetic force attack
Thunderwave is awesome.
that does 2d8 force damage to a 15-foot cube directly in front of your knuckle.
Isn't Thunderwave alive?
Now, anything that you hit has to make a saving throw. They're automatically pushed. Anything that's in the area of effect of that will be pushed away 10 feet. On failing the saving throw. And that boom will be audible for up to 300 feet away. So I've kind of given you Thor's hammer as knuckle dusters.
Actually,
Once per day.
Use this in another game.
So, as a golem, you can't wield magic. You are magic, but the magic is impregnated into into these knuckle dusters.
Okay.
Now, it requires both hands to attack to activate it at the same time,
Right.
and as a play, you have to tell me that you're going to use it.
Okay.
So that'll be once per day. You can do a thunderwave attack from those knuckles. And they do have Bun Bun engraved on them.
That's great. That's great. Okay, I need to bring this properly.
She's very pleased with these ones.
Yeah.
Normally, when you send stuff over to the wizard, it's a bit hit and miss what happens.
Yeah.
She tried to do force damage once, and all it did was smoke.
So it was +2 to
+2 to hit and +2 to your damage.
yeah, and then +1 to AC or
+2 to your AC.
Okay.
So as soon as you grip your fist, the shields kind of deploy over the back of your hands. And then once per day, using two-handed attack, you can do Thunderwave. You basically bang your fist together and then punch something, and that will activate a Thunderwave attack. Normally, if you're like doing that against a solid object, like a brick wall, you would be pushed back if you were casting a spell. Not really a factor for you, given that you're a husky kind of golem.
Right, yeah.
So if you did that against a granite wall, the granite will crumble. Maybe not much, but it will crumble. Just as an example.
Yeah,
It's starting to get warm in here tonight. I'm going to have to turn the fan on. Hopefully you're not going to be picking up too much noise on the mic. It's been kind of chilly all day, and then suddenly this evening it gets warm again.
I'm not sure what it is today. Like we had a little bit of rain today, so it cooled off. Oh, well, it's only 28 degrees now.
I think we've been like low 20s today. It's, for all this week, the last couple of days of the week and most of next week, it's supposed to be quite cool. London down south is getting feeling the brunt of a heat wave, so we're kind of like on the tail edge of that spiral formation. So we're kind of getting stormy, but it's not really raining kind of weather. It's just really cloudy and a bit sticky.
Yeah.
Kind of like a good pudding. Right. The two of you, was there anything else you wanted to do in Rincewind's workshop?
Me?
Any of you?
I want some of those teeth grenades.
Okay. You ask him about these kind of little wind-up chattery teeth. Oh, you want the clockwork ones? You'll need to see the gnomes about 4 doors up. They're the ones that do all the tinkering stuff.
Right.
Might want to be careful with
case.
those. They can be a bit nasty. Got a bit of a bite to them.
Brian, we were looking at getting spells for the future. This would be the place to do it, right?
Oh, this is.
I get mine from the church, though.
You do.
This is a wizard.
So I get mine from here.
If you want to learn new spells, Sam, this is where, if Rincewind can teach you them, this is where you're gonna.
Okay.
Its standard price is 1,000. No, sorry. What did I say? It was 100 gold for a level 1, 500 for a level 2, and 1,000 for a level 3. I think that's what I charged you last time, Brian.
I think you were doing 100 each level.
Okay.
An additional 100.
Right. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So Sam, when you're back in the room, 100 for level 1, 200 for level 2, 300 for level 3.
Okay. I do have one level 3 that I would like to learn for the future.
Okay.
Water breathing. And that would be a level 3.
Okay. Sam's the accountant, so Sam will need to deduct 300 gold for that one. Let me check Ranger. What have you got available? So, Dustin, you're level 7.
Yeah, it'd be another couple levels before I can get a level 3.
Yeah, so you're not going to be able to use it. You can have him write it down, and then you can spend the time between now and level 8 trying to learn the spell, trying to memorize it.
Yep.
So, yeah, by the time you level up, you're not going to be able to use it yet, but when you do level up, you will be able to. That's not going to be until level 9, though.
Yes, that'd be
Okay.
a couple more levels.
So mark that down on your spell sheet, but you've learned it, but you don't actually have the ability to cast it yet.
Okay. Yeah, it was a tough choice between that and 2 others.
Okay, anybody else?
There's something you want to try and learn, Sam, for the future? Because we might level up here in the...
Is Booming Blade something I can learn?
Any wizard spell you can learn.
Well, I already have a Firebolt. Maybe I'll do that one.
So, with the rogue, let me go back. Arcane Trickster, you're at level 7, so you have 3 cantrips, a
Yep.
maximum of 5 spells that you can learn.
Yep.
You've got 4 level 1s and 2 level 2s. So you can only kind of prepare 5 a day. You can learn as many as you want, but you can only have 5 ready to use a day. And you've got 4 level 1 slots and 2 level 2 slots. Now, given that you'll likely be outside the city when you next level up, your next spell slot increase will be level 10. Level 13 before you get any level 3 spells. You do get a few more level 2 spells, and the number of prepared spells a day you have access to will continue to go up. So if you want to learn more level 1 and level 2 spells now to add them to your repertoire, and that means that every day you prepare which spells you want to be using going forward, now's the time to do it, because by the time you get to level 13, who knows where you guys are going to be. You might be dead.
Maybe. Do not tell me that.
I'll not worry about that one just now, Sam. We'll put a pin in that one. Let me know what spells you want after today, and then we'll deduct the necessary cash.
Okay.
Now, I mean, you can learn as many as you want, because even as a rogue, you're an arcane trickster. You've got a little spell book with you with everything written down. All you can do is you can only really memorize 5 a day, because it just starts leaking out of your ears otherwise. But you can fill that spell book with spells to your heart's content or to your purse's capacity. So I'm giving you the option to learn as many as you want now, so that when you are in the field, that includes cantrips, but that way when you are in the field, you've got more choice available to you, even if you can't necessarily use them all at once. Thunderwave is a level 1 spell and quite a nice one, but Eric's already got that. Mr. Pump Smash! So yeah, Sam, over the next couple of days at least, before I disappear back down south, go through the spell list, tell me which ones you want, we'll deduct the cost, and then you'll have that ready for next game.
Okay. What is mirror image?
That creates like a clone of you that mirrors your actions, so the enemy don't necessarily know who to hit.
Cool.
Okay, the 3 of you depart from the wizard's shop. He kind of leans back on his stool, puts his hairy legs up on the table, and you see, and as he starts puffing on his pipe, you see the coiled ends of his little wizard slippers start unrolling and winding back up again. Dustin, you noticed that Mr. Pump had disappeared across the road after getting a little bored with the wizard there. So you head across the road to speak with Janet. She's currently discussing some things with the golem. The golem is wearing what appears to be some gold knuckle dusters that have got like a shield along the back of his hands. And he's kind of flexing them, and as he clenches and unclenches his fist, the shields are deploying and retracting into the knuckle dusters. He seems very pleased.
Now, on the shield, is there like a bun symbol, or is there anything on the shield?
Not that you can see, but he's deploying them and retracting them quite quickly. He's having fun.
What if I got find familiar and I summoned a bun? Would you kill it? Would you kill it? Do I have to make it an owl instead?
He'd get excited, but as soon as it was gone, he'd be sad again.
But I can bring it back, cause it's my pet.
Just don't put it in the bag of holding, yeah.
No.
Unless you give it a little gas mask and a breathing tube, don't put it in the bag of holding. Just imagine a little rabbit sitting there with an army respirator on its little ears poking up.
I can't.
It'll be murder on the whiskers, I guarantee it.
Right? Here is your breathing tube.
Janet sees the rest of you walk in, and she's like, "Oh, you're all here. Excellent. Yeah, everything's done. Well, Mr. Pump here's gone first. She looks over at Brian, the cleric. Reaches under the counter, pulls up what looks like a folded piece of cloth, and lays that down on the counter for you. I believe you said you wanted half plate, but yes. I found that this would be far more flexible for you. What appeared to be folded cloth is actually chainmail, but it's thin. It's incredibly thin, no thicker than, say, wool. So if you imagine you're wearing a thick woolen jumper, no thicker than that. And it weighs next to nothing. Brian, what's your armor class at the moment? Because you're wearing basic half plate, aren't you?
No, I have chain.
You got chainmail at the moment. You what? AC 14?
I am armor class 18.
18. Take that up to 19. And give yourself an extra +2 on your dex.
Okay, so I'll put that in brackets.
This armor is so light, it moves with you almost like you're wearing a piece of clothing. Like no clothing you've ever worn, nothing you've ever seen in the temples or in the monasteries. That's all been very rough, coarse fabric. This feels like it's made of fine, thin, lightweight fabric. You can almost imagine Gore-Tex being branded on it somewhere. But it's chainmail that shifts and moves with you so smoothly that it makes no sound. And it's so light that any dex modifier you may have lost by wearing plate, well, I'm giving you a +2 to your dex while you're wearing this. You spend a couple of minutes wriggling out of your old chainmail. It takes some time. There's a huge rattly thump as it hits the floor. And you slip this over like you're putting on a t-shirt. It shimmers very gently, almost like an iridescent colour, shifting between yellow and gold and silver. Now, I think you'll find that the heat treatment that I used on the metal means that I can make the metal very, very thin and yet incredibly strong. Naturally, this won't impede you in any way. Hopefully that should leave you a little bit, may I say, lighter on your feet, sir. And you should find that it is almost impenetrable. I say almost. I don't guarantee. You never know how much the wizard's been smoking from one day to the next. So you slip this, what feels like a shirt, over your head. You buckle it tight with your leather belt. Tuck your mace into one side. Slip your battle axe into a slot on the back. And you kind of feel like you're ready to take on the world.
All right.
Janet bends down and from underneath the counter pulls out the rogue's armor clothing. She lays what looks like a leather motorcycle racing suit on the counter. It is fine worked leather. It's padded in certain areas with very, very thin raised leather pads. It's not black. It's a very deep burgundy. And the heat treatment that she's done on the leather and the chemical treatments gives it a shimmer. So you see the deep burgundy kind of shining with a red gloss, almost like a candied apple red as it hits the light. And then immediately goes back to this deep nighttime dark red colour. You notice looking at the suit, Sam, that it looks like a two-piece suit, but it isn't. This is a one-piece leather suit, and it's designed to fit you perfectly. It tucks in at the ribs, curves around nicely in the spots that needs to be curved, and in various parts of the suit you see little loops on the backs of the arms, on the sides of the legs, on the sides of the thighs, and just behind your back you feel that there are some little loops. So as a rogue, and as a kind of a sneaky rogue, I summed you up the minute you walked in. I know you have that little dagger that you kind of wave around. The wizard showed me that nasty looking thing. But I thought it might be handy if you had some throwing spikes. And you never know when a good throwing spike would come in handy. So I've included some throwing spikes as well. She puts a little box and there's about a dozen. There's a dozen throwing spikes. These look like, say about 20 centimeters long. They look like black metal spikes with a very small arrowhead, like a 3 broad-bladed arrowhead at the end, a little loop on the other end, and a small tassel for stabilization. So these are more like Chinese throwing spikes than anything else. She tucks them into the arms. I know I don't want to tell you your job. You're probably better at this than I am. But what I prefer to do with these kinds of things is you'll notice that the loops are at an angle. That way you can pull out and throw in a single motion. So, for example, she demonstrates if you've got the 2 spikes on your forearms, as you pull them out, they're designed to pull out and throw in the same motion. Now, because they are so quick to deploy, I will allow you 2 spikes per attack. So rather than 1 spike, which would be your normal attack round, you can use 2 if you're using both hands, if you have both hands free. So you've got a dozen spikes that are basically 3 on the forearms, 3 on the chest, 3 on the sides, on the side of your thighs, and 3 down on your knees. Down by your shins. The shin ones are shaped so that the tassels are facing upwards, which means when you're crouched down, you can pick them up, pull them out, and fling them in the same movement.
Ninja Dixie.
Yep.
Anybody who hasn't guessed, I do have some experience with using stuff like this. How you place them around your body is very important.
Yeah, both hands have to be empty, so you have to not have your dagger or whatever in your hands.
Yeah. If you've got your dagger in one hand and you try to use a throwing spike with the other, I'll let you do it, but you'll only be using 1 spike.
Mm-hmm.
But to be fair, you've probably already used your dagger at that point anyway. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna twist that a little bit. If you're using it as a full attack, you do 2 spikes. If you've already used your attack, and because you're a rogue and you're going to get this at higher level anyway, I'll let you use 1 throwing spike with your offhand as a bonus action. So in your abilities and skills, put down bonus action 1 spike. Because you're going to get dual wield soon anyway. And I want to give you the opportunity to try this out when you can. So, throwing darts. There's no bonus to attack, they're just standard darts. They do 1d4 damage. So, if you're doing an attack, you get 2 of them, that's 2d4. Or you use your dagger and a throwing dart, and you've got your dagger's attack plus your throwing spike as well. You kind of ask the rest of the party to kind of turn around while you wriggle into this leather suit. It's figure hugging. You didn't realise that she'd spent that long staring at you, but this suit is figure hugging like crazy. You find it very supportive. It kind of corrects your posture a little. And as you bend and move, you kind of squat down and do some flexes and some crunches just to see how the suit moves. You notice that the leather at the joints has a very gentle corrugation to it. So the leather is able to stretch and retract. It doesn't impede your movement in any way at all. You kind of spring to your feet and spring off the ground and almost hit the ceiling because you forget you're wearing your Jordans. So while you're hanging from one of the roof beams, you notice that this clothing, this armor has had absolutely no weight to it at all. What's your current armor class? Your AC? Should be
15.
15. Make that 17.
Okay.
And add a permanent +1 to your dex. So your dexterity is +6, it's now +7.
Whoa.
Which means your other weapons, like your throwing spikes, will now be +7 to hit and d4 damage. And your dagger, which was +8, is now +9 to hit. Because you were +6 before, the dagger gave you a +2, and now you're getting an extra +1 because of the armor. Because that armor feels like you're wearing a leotard. It feels like there's nothing there.
Sounds like my kind of clothing.
And you've got some Jordans.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
So a little bit like a Black Widow outfit.
A little bit, but it's more red and kind of iridescent. But yes, with that extra dex, you'll be able to do some extra acrobatics if you want during combat.
Just make it invisible. What a little fucker.
Blind, she's got +9 to her dex. So you're what, +11 for stealth now? Yeah. So,
No.
as you go down your stats, if you're proficient in stealth, which you are, because stealth should be filled in, where you've added so you need to add a +1 to that one as well. So you were you were +6. Oh, sorry, you're now +7 plus your proficiency, because you're proficient in that skill.
Myself, myself was at 7.
So it's your proficiency plus your dex modifier, plus the armor that I've given you. So that should be 2 + 7 + 1.
Yep.
So you're +10 for stealth. So yeah, she's pretty freaking invisible. Maybe not as invisible as Dustin is. Now, if she were a shadow monk, that's a whole different story. It's one of my favourite classes is shadow monk. Because you are literally a ninja. You can melt into a shadow and disappear.
That's so cool.
and then literally appear from another shadow on the other side of the room. Shadow monks have the ability to shadow step. You can step into one shadow and step out of another.
That's cool.
What I used to do in game was I would step up out of a person's own shadow and then pull them in. And leave them half in, half out of their own shadow, as I stepped out of a shadow behind a plant pot on the other side of the room. And they're trapped in the floor.
Well then.
Yeah,
Ruthless.
that was an evil character that he was kind of like lawful. No, he was neutral. He was chaotic neutral. So he was borderline evil, but yeah, he really exploited that mechanic for everything it was worth. Right. Dustin, did you have any requests from Janet?
No.
Okay. Well, in that case, the next thing you want to be doing is probably toddling along to the street of Cunning, up the street, to maybe speak to the gnomish workshops about some extra items.
Yep.
The gnomes might be able to source. Did you guys want to stock up on potions?
Like different varieties of potions?
Yep. Oh, sorry. Yes, I forgot. Janet ducks back down under the counter. She pulls up 4 bandoliers. So they're very thin leather, very finely worked leather, with lots of loops along them. She hands 2 to the rogue. She hands 1 to the cleric and 1 to the ranger. Takes another box from under the counter, and in the box are dozens and dozens of little glass vials, like the little tiny test tubes that they do blood tests in, with the little flip tops. But they're glass with little corks in, and they're clearly meant to fit into the bandolier. So what I would suggest you do is decant your potions into these, and then, because everything will be, they're glass so you can see through them, everything will be nicely colour-coded because everything has to match. That way, if you need your potions, they're all here. You don't have to go fishing around. The other thing I'll say is that the glass these are made of, it's a very special type of glass. I added some extra chemicals in, and I had one of the wizards blow that for me, along with the gnomes. Wait, that sounds bad. Anyway, it's very special gnomish glass.
Were the glass and the gnomes, or the wizards and the gnomes blew the glass?
So what you'll find is that this isn't the kind of glass that will break easily. So, for example, if you were to fall or if you were to be knocked to the ground, you're not going to risk all your potions smashing. Basically, she's giving you little glass vials that are basically Pyrex. So you've got borosilicate potion vials that you can decant your potions into.
Okay, well I don't have any potions at all, so I definitely need to stock up.
Okay.
Healing potions will be necessary.
So you could probably go up and speak to the gnomes, or if you wanted to buy a batch of healing potions, you probably want to put your order in with Rincewind, and then he can get them prepared and you can come back for them. Okay, so with that, we're going to take a small break. It's 11:30, so we're about 3.5 hours in. So let's take a short break. I'm going to refill some drinks and nip to the loo. Guys, we shall be right back.
Like,
Okay.
Oh, actually, legend lore I already get. Oh no, that's down.
So,
Oh,
guys, they're
yeah.
kind of just going through some through the player's handbook and looking at all the different
I was gonna
potions.
Do you want potion of invisibility? Potion of
Remember,
light.
these are all going to cost you.
Yeah. I was gonna say we probably just want potion of animal friendship. Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, that's
we could
like
do
putting
potion of
drugs in
hasty
dog
escape.
food.
Mhm.
It's like you throw a sausage to a dog, but it's stuffed with cocaine or something.
Just make sure you put coffee on top of it.
Wait, a potion of poison?
No, actually, out of those 5 spells, there's actually only 3 of them that I need to do because I get mass cure wounds and raise dead automatically at night.
Okay. I mean, you can take the spell now and at least have the ability now. You're at level 7 now. It might be a while before you hit level 9.
Yeah.
Dip an arrow
I
in
want
it,
to
bro.
identify.
Blind, I've told you, you never stick your dick in crazy, and that includes potions.
Just remember that, yeah.
And those kind of potions are the ones that come in little heart-shaped bottles. With 1-1 written on them.
You want probably a potion of healing, potion of greater healing. I don't know if there's really much else that you want at this point. We could. Or that
Yeah,
would
like I
want.
had potion of fire resistance because I thought we might need that.
It's up to you.
Sam, I can tell
Yeah,
you
but
for
that's built into
certain
your
that
armor.
you will not need that.
Okay,
Because that's
then
built
we'll just
into the
do
armor.
Yes.
Remember, you
For
asked
me.
her to include that. No, for
For
all of us.
me.
Like, it's in my armor, too.
Oh.
Blind, not before they've paid. Definitely not before they've paid. Sam, yeah, your armor is fire resistant, so you will take half damage to all fire.
I was gonna say the only person that would need it would be me.
Why would you need it?
So you don't want it?
Why wouldn't I?
Oh, okay, fair enough. Not going to argue with you. The
I'm just
bandolier will give you 20 slots on each bandolier, so Sam, you've got 40.
I'm just saying I didn't get any armor from the person, so.
If you want to go for potions, that's fine.
I'm just
Brian,
saying, I'm not.
Dustin and Brian, your bandoliers have got 20 slots, so you've got room for 20 potions on there.
Okay. I would probably just do potions of healing, or greater healing, and that's probably it at this point.
Okay, work out your shopping list, and you can put your order in with the wizard. Meanwhile, Janet looks at you enjoying your weapons and armor. She said, right, well, there's just a small matter of the bill. Any day now would be good.
How much was it?
She totals up. She pulls out a little pad and starts working things out. She's kind of umming and ahhing and chewing on the back of her pencil. Yes, yeah, carry the 3. No, the 10, minus the 10. Okay, so with the standard Watchman's discount, let's call that 12,000. After all, you were recommended by Mr. Vimes. Sorry, Commander Vimes. He's only Mr. Vimes to his friends.
So you said 14?
12.
12.
12.
Quit trying to raise the price on this. Terrible negotiator here.
Worse than me.
I
I
thought I
know.
was bad at negotiating. potions do you want, Brian? Are you thinking?
Hey,
Or
Mike.
are you wanting-
Hope the toe's getting better.
I'm not sure if I really need to get any. Like, there might be like a couple of special ones, but there is an assortment in the bag of holding.
Okay. So probably don't need a whole lot of healing potions, but just a couple.
Well, like, I have a whole shelf of healing potions. Because I think you said there was like maybe about half a dozen that were red and half a dozen that were blue.
Yeah, you don't know exactly what they were, because they weren't labelled. But if you go by the colour, looks like a duck, smells like a duck, quacks like a duck, shits like a duck, probably a duck.
Yeah, just be careful, because a potion of poison smells like a duck. But isn't a duck.
Only if it's poisonous to ducks.
But, no, I was just gonna grab probably 2 regular healing potions and 2 greater healing potions.
Yeah, I really think that the...
Just because that way, if you go unconscious, we don't have to try and grab into the bag of holding. That's the whole point of us having these on us.
Yeah.
And we can still pop it into your mouth or whatever, however we choose to use it.
Yeah.
Where the hell is the potions in this damn book? There we go, because it's not on the page.
Right at the beginning.
It's not on the page, it says in the index. I'm looking at the DM's manual. It's not, the index is wrong. It says it's on page 139, and I'm looking at 186 here. Right. I'm just looking for prices, that's all.
You want us to haggle, Mike? No, that's not going to go well.
I just got lucky when I haggled with the pirate.
I think a couple of us have...
Or, sorry, the privateer.
Did you? Didn't it go up from 30,000 to 50,000?
Well, I got him to actually talk to us, but no, it wasn't at 30,000. He said initially, he said, "No, I'm not going there. Are you crazy? Nobody that goes there survives." So I sweet talked him and said, "Well, think of the name you make yourself."
Yeah, because he had said 30,000. You can buy your own ship for that much, but then that wasn't with like a crew or anything.
Yeah, who's gonna fly it, kid? You?
Yeah, and then he said the best he could do after you so smoothly sweet talked him was 50.
So the conversation you had with Captain Trent was he knows the kind of waters that he's going into, and sailing the circle seas that close to the rim of the disc is almost suicide for any sailor. Most of them will stay far, far inland than risk going that far out to the edge of the disc. So what he's charging you is not only the price of his ship, if he loses his ship, he's also charging you for all the supplies, the payment for the men, the cost for the wives of those men if they don't return. And he wants it all up front so his men can enjoy that money before they go to their deaths. Because in his opinion, your journey is almost certain death. But the glory alone might make it worth it.
Good on you, Brian.
And it's a 1 in a million chance, but it just might work. So as you're kind of like making your list, Janet kind of taps a little wooden box on the edge of the counter, leans towards it and said, 10 please. A little hatch in the box pops open and closes. She kind of addresses you all at this stage. So, I know we did agree with the price, and I've given you a bit of a discount because I would like you to do me a favour. You guys are going out into the world. You'll be wearing some of my finest work. Mr. P, I'm sure Mr. P has been lurking all evening so far. You've been wearing my. You are all wearing my finest work, and that will hopefully be an advertisement for my craftsmanship. So what I would like you to do is, if anybody's admiring the armor or they're asking where you got it, you make sure you point them in my direction.
I'll include it with my pamphlet.
The little wooden box, the hatch pops up in the little wooden box, and you see a tiny little green hand. Give a little thumbs up. In the bottom of the box, in the bottom of one of the sides, a little flap opens, and 10 business cards get pushed out.
From Cousin It.
She picks them up, checks them each for spelling, gives them a bit of a shake while the ink dries, and hands them across to you.
Put them in your pocket, Brian, with your pamphlets.
So, how does one go about getting one of those?
This is just a little imp in a box. The gnomes up the street sell them. They do a lot of different varieties. One of them is it's a very strange word. It ends with oid. I can never remember it. But you point the box, and he'll paint you a little picture of whatever you're looking at. Or in this case, my one just produces business cards for me. You hear a little squeak come from the box. But she's always a bit stingy with the red. I'm always running out of red. The hatch pops open in the box, and you see what is essentially a tiny little humanoid demon with big pointy ears. That's maybe 5 or 6 centimeters tall. He's holding a brush.
Do you have to feed that thing?
Are you talking to the demon or to her?
To her.
No, he's entirely magical. As long as I keep him supplied with ink, he's usually happy. And he likes to get every other Tuesday off.
Brian, you really need a printing press.
What, you don't think I need an imp in the box? I need an actual printing press?
No,
I'm not
nip in
sure.
the box.
Well, it depends. Are you gonna keep it safe?
Well, I can't put it in the little pouch of holding, though. He'd probably suffocate.
Yep.
So if it
It's
were all
magical.
mechanical, then I could.
And we're talking a little wooden box that's maybe 6 centimeters cubed.
Yeah.
And there's a little
I'm
hatch
sure I could
with
fit that in my breast pocket.
you could probably clip it onto your keyring and like dangle it like a Tamagotchi.
I love Tamagotchis.
I knew Sam was going to light up on that. Because you're always excited about that on your Call of Duty.
I had like 10 when I was little. They all died, but I had 10. I loved them.
You know you can reset them and start again.
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
Many, many, many times. I just remember that being
Every
such a
time.
big thing. Yeah, they definitely died every time.
I remember the girls had them when the third wave of them came around about 2000. Probably about the same time you had yours, Sam. But the girls had them when they were younger. And it was always me that ended up taking care of them. So I actually took them into work. Just one day.
Really?
And trying to keep them alive while
awesome.
this was when I was working in a call centre. And I'm trying to keep them alive while I'm working in a call centre. I actually did a
You're,
really
like,
good
talking
job.
on the phone. Oh, you shit again? What?
No, I actually trained one of them how to do tricks.
Oh, so you got invested.
They were, these were like the Gen 2 or the Gen 3 Tamagotchis, and then frankly everybody got smartphones, and after that it wasn't worth doing stuff like that. Right. What's your list of potions? How many of how many?
I want 2 healing potions, regular, and 2 greater.
Okay, I need to get the calculator out.
when you get
Okay.
those, I can make note of what they look like, so I can actually figure out a legend of my little potion shelf.
Okay, what else?
Did you want to
Sam.
get fire breath, Sam?
Yeah, it's up to you, Sam. That's all I'm getting.
Oh, you're actually going for the tequila potion, are you? You know, it's just a
Tequila potion?
it's just a bottle of tequila and a match that's held onto the bottle with a rubber band.
I would like. Yeah, I'll take one. But I also want one of the potions of hasty escape, if they have one. That
Well,
seems like it would be useful.
Rincewind will prepare all these for you if he doesn't have them. Just tell me what you want. I need to work out the price.
Yeah, so one of the fire breath, one of the hasty escape, and then I'll do the same as Dustin, 2 healing and 2 greater healing.
Ryan?
Well, I'm actually just trying to find the list here.
Okay, while you do that, Eric, Janet's, while the others have been kind of fumbling around with their stuff, Janet is examining Mr. Pump, who's still completely engrossed in his new fidget toy. She notices the crack in your chest.
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
I got hit hard.
That must have been very, very hard. I don't usually do magical work, just because I'm not fully qualified, but I might be able to do something about that. She gestures you to come behind the counter. You lay down on. This is while the others are still bickering in the front of the shop. She gestures Mr. Pump to lay down on her workbench. Okay, I'm going to have to deactivate you to do this work. Is that okay?
Sure.
So she asks you to tilt your head over to one side. She opens a trap door in your head and removes your chem. Your eyes go black, and you effectively go to sleep. After about 10 minutes of whooshing of flames and some hammering and some sizzling and sputtering, this is the rest of you are hearing this while you're kind of working out your shopping list. She pops Mr. Pump's chem back in, and your eyes open up and you immediately reactivate. You look down at your chest where the crack had been made. She has filled it with metal.
Okay.
It's not regular metal. It has a golden tinge to it. And because of the way the metal has been filled into the crack, it looks like a little lightning bolt.
Mr. Pump turns Harry Potter.
Harry Pumper.
Harry Pumper. That's 10 times worse. Like 10
That's
times.
terrible. No. No. No.
So I don't know how sturdy that's going to be, and I don't know if that's going to take as many hits as you will. While I was working, I noticed that I've worked on golems before, and they're usually just made of clay. You seem to be made of something considerably stronger. You were fired in much greater heat. Much greater heat than even I can generate in this forge. So this is the best I can do. Hopefully the crack won't spread. It will be a weak point, so you might want to consider protecting that area. But at least you're kind of fixed. And I must say, I just love the wabi-sabi aesthetic. And it looks great. It really does look great on you. Really sets off your eyes.
So even though it's the metal with the golden tinge in it, it's not the same metal that we have, right? Because that was supposed to be a very strong metal.
Your dagger is made out of sky metal, as far as Rincewind can tell you, but he can't tell you much more than that.
Okay.
Sky metal being like meteoric metal.
Should we be getting something to protect his chest then?
I've got my.
I don't think that Janet could make anything
Yeah, but-
strong enough to parry a blow that Mr. Pump could naturally parry anyway.
Yeah.
As long as you keep your dukes up and you protect, you'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Even if he just held his hand there all the time, it'll be stronger than any armor that she could make. So yeah, just keep your dukes up, dude. Just like, shh, and keep your dukes up. You're like kind of Wolverine, but going the wrong way.
Around like this. Bun.
Okay, any more potions?
I think I got all mine.
Okay. She does one more thing for you, Eric. You mentioned you mentioned the bun thing. I gathered there was something to do with bunnies or jackalopes.
Yeah.
Bun.
She pulls a bit of card out from one of the drawers, grabs a dagger and carves a shape in the paper. Lays it up against your body, pulls a little pot with a tube on it and blows through the tube. Spray painting a bun on your arm. Right about there.
This makes me so happy and weirdly emotional.
I like
She blows on it to let it dry.
whatever.
It's gold paint.
Whatever Mr. Pump would do to cry. I feel like that might be what happens here.
That's when you're just gently rocking backwards and forwards.
Yeah, right. I feel like I want to give Janet a hug, but I also don't want to kill her by accident.
Because you've told me that ahead of time, I'll allow you to do it without having to do an opposed strength check.
I appreciate that.
So just kind of encircle her.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I don't even like actually touch her.
Her dad leans round the corner. Okay, so, yes, it is still a point of weakness. If you get a crit against you again, and it's in an unprotected part of your body, yes, you will take damage, and you could risk getting cracked somewhere else.
Okay.
If it's a crit and they're aiming for that spot, then there's no guarantee that will survive. But at least it's kind of repaired for the moment. I was considering riveting a plate of metal over you in a heart shape. But that would have required actually to penetrate into Mr. Pump, and the rivets wouldn't have gone in. They would have just curled up and the metal would have just slid off.
Yeah, that's true.
So, the rest of you see Mr. Pump walk back in from the back room of the smithy. He's kind of got a little shimmer going on up here, and you notice there's a bit of a swagger about Mr. Pump that you haven't seen before.
Look what I got.
He's not so much kind of curled up in a ball and rocking backwards and forwards like a boulder rolling down a dry riverbed. The kind of chest is up and the arms are back a bit, and he seems to be more his old self again. Okay, all of those potions in total will be 1,000 gold. It was 990, but I'm rounding up. So if you place your order with Rincewind, and he'll be able to get those sorted out for you by the end of the day. You have your armor, you have your weapons, all of which have uncertain characteristics that you don't yet know about, and you won't know until you're actually using them in the field. Next thing is to pop up and have a chat with the gnomes. You're muted, Sam.
I noticed that the second my thing didn't pop up. But can I just give this lady a hug for doing so freaking great? I look great, guys. Don't I look great?
Try
Look
not
at
to
my
stab
outfit.
her with the throwing darts.
I won't. She made it so safe.
So you are basically wearing a one-piece leather motorcycle suit.
Yeah.
Corrugated at all the joints. It's light, so lightweight it's like wearing a full lycra bodysuit.
Where's my Ducati?
You could probably have a word with the gnomes. I'm sure somewhere
I'm pretty freaking interested in the fact that they can make like a gun.
somewhere in the
now-
desert there will be a camel named Ducati. But it'll be the
I don't know if I
fastest
need
camel
that
on the
one.
sands.
Yeah.
Okay, you pay Janet. She gives you a little bow as thanks for not only for coming to a workshop but also agreeing to kind of spread the word. She's obviously aware that you're absolutely infatuated with the items that she's made you, and as a maker, I understand that. That's usually the whole point of making in the first place. The payment is just to cover your costs. You, at risk of, I can't do this for real, otherwise there'll be copyright strikes, but to the sound and the beat of Staying Alive by the Bee Gees, you strut your way up the street of cunning artificers. Mr. Pump humming, whether you're a brother, whether you're a mother, you're just staying alive, staying alive.
I think you need more sugar there, Eric. You're yawning too much.
I know.
And you come to one of the other buildings further up the street, which is the Gnomish Workshop. It's big. Even though your average gnome is less than 30 centimeters tall, and they don't all walk around with fishing pole, that's just racist. It's a large door, and it leads into what you could probably best describe as almost like a bus depot-sized building. It's got a metal
Bus what?
roof, like a bus depot. You know where the buses go to park at the end of the day. This place
I
is
just love
huge.
the way you say that.
Absolutely
We usually
huge.
say depot.
Depot, yeah.
Well, I was going to use the
I love
term.
the way he said advertisement too.
I was going to say the word tram shed,
Advertisement.
but I didn't think
Yeah.
you'd know what a tram shed was.
Home Depot.
Home Depot. Let's go to Home Depot. Oh,
You
I
see-
need to do that now.
You see a counter, and you see lining about a third of the space has been sectioned off as a shop floor, with loads of glass cabinets along the sides and forming aisles through the shop floor. At the back, there's a full width counter, and you can see a couple of gnomes just kind of scribbling down in order books, their little pointy hats bobbing up and down. Behind them, it looks like a hardware store, like one of the giant out-of-town retail park hardware stores. Shelves stacked high with components and parts, products that have been made and are ready to go. And you can hear the constant banging and clicking and pinging of metal being hammered and worked into shape coming from far at the back of the building. One of the gnomes looks up at you. He's got a little green pointy hat on, a white beard and a coily moustache. You're right there. Can I help you? Sam's frozen. Eric's probably frozen or gone to sleep. We're not sure which yet.
Oh no, Eric's still moving. But yeah, I think Sam's frozen. Oh no, the Moose Internet strikes again.
So, as you peruse the cabinet, you see mostly clockwork items. They're tiny little brass contraptions with internal, you guess, but lots of external gears and springs and little winding keys on all of them. And Brian, you're pretty transfixed by an entire cabinet full of these little brass clockwork items that all have some variation of holy symbols painted upon them. They look like they're either glass bottles or glass orbs with clockwork that's been built around them. And every so often you can see through the glass, and you can see on one of them, for example, it looks almost like a Christmas ornament with brass strapping holding this glass bauble down, with little mechanical items attached. It seems to have tiny little wheels on it and a winding key on the side.
So it's a motorized holy hand grenade.
Yeah, you there, Big Boots. Can we help?
How much do these go for?
Oh,
What do they do?
oh yes. You're. He looks at you for a moment. Just yes, definitely a cleric. Yes, windy. Zzz, boom. Big splash. Big splash. From that, you decode that they're a little motorized device that dispenses holy water with a small explosion.
Yeah.
Oh, Nerdy Northern is coming in with the raid. Jake, thank you very much. I assume it's Jake. It might be Zach. Guys, how are you doing?
I didn't make a raider command, so.
Okay. Okay. Oh, you guys have been D&D. Oh, man, you are in the midst of my D&D chaos. Just as our party decides to go shopping. So, you see what looks like effectively a holy hand grenade with a little clockwork mechanism and some wheels. Oh, Sam's in twice. This is good. Sneak attack.
Welcome back, Sam.
We can see you.
Sorry, my internet just
There we are.
stopped working.
You didn't feed the moose.
Sam, you've got to take the giant winding key, shove it hard into the back, and then twist it a few times.
I don't think that's gonna do what you think it's gonna do.
It'll definitely wake the moose up.
Have you tried it yet, though?
Not quite.
Nerdy Orders, thank you so much for raiding. Yes, welcome to the chaos of the Discworld. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Omar. I'm a bit of a multi-purpose kind of guy. DMing every other Friday night, which you are right in the middle of. Campaign is based on Terry Pratchett's Discworld, so high on sarcasm, high on comedy, and high on stupidity based on some of the dice rolls that we've had in the past.
Yeah, based on the dice rolls.
Completely homebrew 5e. But I also do a lot of tinkering, and I'll soon be doing some jewelry streams. Now that I've got my jewelry workshop up and running. But you have caught our explorers, our adventurers, our band of misfits, our team of dumbasses, as they have been shopping. They've acquired some excellent armor. They've had some weapons examined by the local stoner wizard, and some of these functions have yet to be fully determined. They'll find out more when they actually use these items in anger. But we're just kitting up. We've ordered some potions. They'll be ready for you within the hour. And they're currently investigating a gnomish workshop. And if you want anything fancy or clockwork, it's the gnomes that you come to. These are the artificers, these are the inventors, these are the tinkerers. Brian, you're looking at a clockwork motorized holy hand grenade.
I'll be right back, guys. Gonna get
Did you want to add that to your shopping basket?
Well, I might go with 2 or 3. Like, what kind of cost are we talking here?
Oh, you want one of those, yeah?
Don't forget your printing press.
The gnome kind of pulls up a little catalogue and starts leafing through the catalogue. He said, we've got a bit of a deal on that one this week. 200 each. I'll put you down for 5, yeah?
Oh, I can't do 5. I can do 3.
Okay. There's as you peruse these cabinets, you see that every item has a little label with a little 6-digit code. Dotted around the place are little boxes with some sheafs of paper and pencils.
So it's like Best Buy. You can grab a little paper ticket.
Just write down the code and come to the cash desk and they'll sort you out.
Yeah. I'm also looking for maybe a small portable character writing device.
Oh, you want one of them printy boxes? They no be cheap, you know. Prices of imps are going up really, really steep these days. Would you be wanting color or just black?
Black's fine.
Black makes it a little bit cheaper. How many copies do you want? What kind of capacity?
Like you mean like at a time, or like how many altogether?
Like how many pieces of paper could it carry that he could then paint onto before you had to reload?
Okay. Probably go with maybe 50.
50. How big do you want the prints?
Doesn't need to be really large. Like it be like a 12 or a 14 point.
No, I mean the final printout. If you're going for business cards, they're pretty cheap. But if you're going for full sheets of paper, or you're going for one of those dwarven style printing presses in your pocket, man, the price creeps up.
Oh no, I'm just looking for something that would do a small pamphlet size.
Oh, you want the pamphlet special, Jimmy? You got one of them pamphlet specials ready? Aye, just the black. Yeah, he's a cheapskate. You have?
Frugal.
Okay. 500. But remember, you have to keep him filled up with ink. They get very, very upset if you run out of the ink.
I might have to borrow a little Sam.
That's fine. How much do you need?
I thought this was all party coffers anyway.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking.
What's that, Jimmy?
Oh, because I dipped into mine before and I got
Buy one, get one free, you say?
Gold pieces worth.
He says buy one, get one free. I tell you what, I'll do you a deal. If you want to take the black one for your pamphlets, I'll give you one of these fancy photo boxes that do the colour. Imps are a little harder to maintain, you know. They usually want at least 6 different colours. Are you sure about this, Jimmy? Okay, it's the cheapest one for free, you know. So, that'll be 700 for the picture box and 500 for the printer. So I'm going to give you the pamphlet printer model for free, yeah? He starts scribbling on the notepad. Okay, anything else yet? You want spare ink cartridges for that?
All right, going for the upsell. I might
Jimmy!
need like maybe.
Do we do the extended cover on these? What do you mean the warranty? Accidental damage, man! No, we're all out of those, sorry.
So yeah, just 2 sets.
I tell you what,
Probably work.
I'll put you down for 5 black because it's always the black that you're going through. And we'll have 5 different colours, depending on your prints, depending on what kind of Latin conditions we're talking. You maybe get 50-60 prints out of that, yeah? So
Is this how I am?
I'll add that on. That's another 200, ye?
I think this is my favorite one. I don't know why. This is my favorite of all the characters.
The Scottish gnome.
Yeah.
It's Glaswegian, man.
Absolutely.
It's Glaswegian.
Okay, well, I already took
What you
out the
got, Jimmy?
700
I've
and
already
500
sold him the ink,
from
man.
my gold pouch.
Yeah, because like. Oh,
Was there more on
you
top of
didn't do
those
the
two?
price- You didn't get for the pricing on the ink though.
Oh no, he's added 200 for that
18.
already. He's
You
added,
said
another,
200
that
for
comes-
he's
that?
added another 200 gold for your ink cartridges.
So that would
that's
come
where
out
they
to
get you.
2,000 altogether. So I had the 1,000, so I can put that out.
So you're
I just
currently
put
at
1,000.
You
1500.
can keep you can keep it. I already took out the 700 and the 500 from last time.
So you've
I
got
can
3
still get the
holy
other
hand
2 and
grenades.
keep it.
You've got a picture box, you've got a print box, and you've got a full set of ink cartridges.
Anyone else getting anything?
What was the grenades? How much were they worth? Sorry.
200 each. 600 for
200
total.
each, so it's yeah.
Little
That's why I
clockwork,
was
little
saying, like,
wind-up
2,000
clockwork,
altogether.
like almost like wind-up like racing cars, but they explode at the end.
Well, I will grab everything if you just want to grab those grenades.
Okay.
Or do you have enough for those?
Yeah, I have enough for the grenades.
Eric, can you give me a D20, please? Perception.
Perception. -2. 15.
Yay!
While the rest of the party's negotiating at the tills, you see what looks like a wire basket with a big cardboard sign stuck into it that says "Special." In that you see a single box. It's a little wooden box, kind of like the one that you saw on Janet's worktop. But this one's got little gilt edges on the corners, like little corner protectors.
Okay.
And it seems to be coated in like a thin, almost like a book-binding style leather. There's a little card underneath it you can just about make out. It's not a word that you're familiar with, but it says Google. You reach down and tap the box with a finger, just very gently. Little hatch
Yes.
pops open. Oh, hello, says the little blue imp that pops its head out of the box. My name's Google. How can I help?
Oh my. You did good.
Google, what time is it?
Why are fire trucks red?
It's currently 12:30, insert name here. And fire trucks are red, commonly because they're very high visible, and red is often a symbol of danger or passion. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Bun bun.
Bun bun. One moment, insert name here. Searching. He pops his head back in the box for a second and pops back up. Bun bun, colloquial for bunny or bunny rabbit.
Love this.
Hey, Jimmy! He's eyeing up the Google!
I want to like point to the spot on my chest. Fix.
One moment, please. Searching.
I'm gonna need whiskey for this.
I'm slowly running out of dilute Vespa. Do a barrel roll. It is kind of a Joe Whedon, a Glaswegian Geordie, actually, yeah. Either way, I mean, these Canadians won't have any idea what the language is, so, I mean, it doesn't matter. I could be speaking Swedish, and only Eric can figure out half of it.
It's true.
Yeah, my hair is too, Mike.
You look at the card that said Special, and it was originally had 1,000 with a cross on it, down to 700 with a cross on it, down to 500 with a cross on it, and down now to 200 with the words Shop Soiled written on the bottom of the card.
Probably because it's just getting too annoying for them.
I think this one may have been a display model.
Yeah. Right. Can I, like, there's someone there I can talk to, yeah?
Yeah, if you want to talk to one of the gnomes.
I just want to point at it and say 100.
Jimmy!
Come
He
on,
wants it
what
for
was your
100
charisma
man.
modifier, like -2?
What do you mean, yeah? Ah, no box, no charger. Oh, right. Yeah, 100. Done. No backsies.
I don't think Mr. Pump has any money, so I'll just kindly take that out of mine.
Well, he doesn't have any pockets to put anything.
I just put my
That's
hand out.
okay. He can take whatever he wants. He might drop it later.
While you're adding this up, you notice that the ranger is talking to the gnome in kind of discreet whispers. The gnome reaches under the counter, fiddles about with something, then brings out a little paper bag that's just had the top rolled down and just pushes it across the table. Okay, at the moment, you're at currently at 1,500. Sorry, 1,600.
Sam's on the phone right now.
What was Google's response to me saying fix?
He's still searching.
Oh, he hasn't come back up yet.
Hang on. Nice roll for this one. Okay, the hatch pops open, a little sign on a board pops up that says 404.
Would you roll a 2?
Oh man, we need a magic 8 ball for Mr. Bump.
The outside doesn't look good.
Asking
He'd
other
ask the same question about Bun Buns until he got a yes, and then he would be
Yeah.
like, Bun Bun.
But yeah, Dustin, yes. Okay, anything else? Any other little wind-up or clockwork devices that you want? You haven't really
Did
explored
I
the
ever
shop
pay
for
for
me.
mine?
No, none of this stuff's been totaled up yet. What were you after, Sam?
I've been.
You haven't picked your Chatterteeth grenades yet.
Right. Yeah, I wanted the Chatterteeth grenades.
Okay, so you head over into the rogue section, identified because there's a sign hanging from the ceiling on a long piece of wire that has 2 crossed daggers, obviously the rogue section. And you're looking through everything from little microscopic crossbows that run on clockwork mechanisms, through to special items that will automatically dispense potions. And you find what appear to be some wind-up chattery teeth with the little plastic feet that will wobble along the ground.
I end up in the rogue section, looking around,
Okay.
but I don't buy anything. I'm just looking.
The little chattery teeth are 100 each. They're very small grenades, but they don't really go very far. You'll get maybe 10 feet out of them before the fuse runs out.
Okay, I'll just get like 3 or 5.
5?
5.
Okay. Adding them to your list. You scribble down the code on the piece of paper and 5 in the quantity column. Dustin, you while you're sneaking down the rogue aisle, you noticed a cabinet that's full of assorted items that can be attached to bows. One of them seems to be a collection of glass lenses.
Okay, I'll take a look at that.
It's locked behind a glass cabinet, but you inspect it a little bit more carefully. And you see that the lenses run on a little rod that clips onto the grip of your bow, and you can flick the lenses up. They all seem to have some kind of magnifying ability. This one's priced pretty highly, though. This is 1,000 gold. And a little note on the tag marks it as prototype.
Prototype.
Most of the lenses, there's actually about 6 or 7 different glass elements that can flip up and down. Kind of like when you go to the opticians and you're having your eyes tested.
Right.
Most of them do have magnifying lenses. You can see the gentle curve in the glass. But some of them have different colours.
Interesting.
Ah!
So tonight,
Jimmy! He's having a look at the Make Things Closer gizmo! I told you it'd sell, man! He is not a piece of shite, man! So, by your guess, it's a little brass device that will clip onto the side of your bow, and act as an aiming reticle, and this will give you the ability to zoom in very slightly on your target.
So just increase the range?
It'll
Anything
increase
else?
your magnification and increase your accuracy. So that will give you, let's say, a +1 to hit on your bow. It won't increase the range of your weapon, but you've got no idea what the colour lenses will do yet.
Okay. So, possible...
Jimmy! He's gonna take it, man! I told you, man! I'll add it to your list, yeah.
With the colored lenses too.
Yeah, but where's the fun in that?
Just play it by ear.
Hey, man, you've already looked at it. You look at it, you buy it.
I play it by sight.
Oh, yeah, could you imagine a blind ranger with, like, a really long white stick working his way through the forest?
Yes, he would know it better than anyone.
Dustin, as you continue to look around, you notice that there's also a shelf in one of the cabinets filled with various types of arrowhead. Now, some of them look like your regular broadheads that you might use for hunting. One of them looks like your regular broadhead, but it has a little clockwork mechanism that springs out extra pulls, which would ensure that the arrow can't be withdrawn easily. Others, you notice one catches your eye. It's kind of a cone shape, with a little gold top and concentric rings coming down the cone. You imagine that on the end of an arrow would be quite heavy, until you notice that there's a very small fuse dangling from the bottom of it.
Is this an exploding tip arrow?
Looks that way.
Looks that way. Are there any possible magic arrows?
There are arrows that look like the tip of instead of a tip, you have almost a cup. And they're just they just have basically an empty glass ball, like a vial that you could fill with a potion of some type. But aside from that, no. The gnomes are tinkerers and inventors. They're not wizards. The Wizards Guild is very specific about non-wizards doing magic.
Right.
But these heads, they're just basically arrowheads that allow you to fill the vial with whatever potion or poison of your choice, and then you can shoot that in as an arrow. Again, bear in mind the weight on the front of it would act as a significant penalty.
Right. I think I'm going to pass on the arrows, but I might take the magnification.
Oh, he's already rung you up for that one.
He's already done that. How did he know?
So that one will give you +1 to hit on your bow.
Okay.
And I'm going to give you, with that one, because I'm literally making this up on the spot, with that one I'm going to give you the ability to ignore half cover.
Okay.
Because it's basically the equivalent of having iron sights or a low magnification scope on a weapon.
Right. Okay. Nice.
So the gnome's kind of busy, kind of flicking around some beads on an abacus. So 3,000, so 2 of those. How many of these arrow? How much? You just want the scope on its own, yeah?
Just the scope.
Okay. Right. So that's 3,100 plus the tax, plus the city guild, plus the guild rate. So that'll be 4,000.
All right. I need to.
Mum's paying, is she?
Because I already took out 1,500.
Is that Una or Joshua? I heard a brr.
Oh. Did you just call Jericho Joshua?
I thought it was Una or Joshua
might
for a
have,
second
yeah.
there.
Una, it's definitely her. Hi. You said how many thousand? 4?
4,000 with
4,000.
including sales tax.
Do we still have enough money for the boat?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness me.
Brian still
Jeez.
has his 1,000 that he can chip in.
Well, why would you
Well,
do that?
I have
though?
400.
Okay, so
I had to get my grenades.
Brian, you've got your holy hand grenades.
Yep.
Sam, you've got your exploding chattery teeth. Dustin, you've got your bow scope. What else did you do?
Whatever
You've got your
Mr.
printer.
Pump picked up for 100.
You've got your pamphlet printer. You've got your photo box plus spare ink cartridges for those.
Yeah.
And
See,
Mr. Pump
he's just-
has a slightly shop-soiled Google.
Which
Okay.
I'm now asking to find Bun Bun.
I'm just letting you know that he's totaling it all together, so he wasn't separating.
Oh, that yeah. In
Brian's-
total, that's 4,000 for
Yeah,
everything.
so Brian, you still have your money.
Eric.
Oh, okay.
The
I'm
imp.
just gonna take it out of mine. Sorry. continue.
The imp like kind of pops the hatch open and looks up at you. Would you care to provide more parameters, please? Insert name here.
Find Bun Bun nearby.
Do I have permission to use your location for this search, please? Insert name here.
Yes.
Just isn't getting the cues. He's gonna be insert name here for this entire campaign.
I also need to remind you to please accept cookies.
Cookies.
The imp.
Well, that only goes to say
Wait,
without giving your
wait.
location.
Right.
Yeah.
The
imp.
question is, would he accept cookies, considering he probably wouldn't eat them?
The imp pops out of the box. He literally jumps out of the hatch. It's a little blue imp, no more than about 4 inches tall. With a translucently blue color, big pointy ears, completely naked as the day he was born. And he jumps down and streaks out of the shop in a blue blur.
Here you go! Here, Bun Bun!
After about a minute, he comes. The blue blur comes streaking back, and he jumps into the box and pops his head through the hatch. Hello, insert name here. I can find 15 locations for possible bun buns. Would you like to narrow down your search?
Yes, please.
He pops down with the hatch, and you hear a scribbling noise, and he pops back up with a little map. He's drawn little dots on the locations. If you would like, we can go into Street View mode. Your nearest Bun Bun is approximately 300 yards away in one of the guild pet stores. There are approximately
You were
15.
laughing so hard, your mic cut out.
There are approximately 15 Bun Buns of various species and varieties. Would insert name here like to specify a color or species?
No.
Is there anything I can help you with? Sorry, anything else I can help you with? Insert name here.
Mr. Pump.
If you'd like to fill out the warranty card, then I can do everything for you. Insert name here. Thank you very much. Thank you for using Google. The hatch pops shut. The gnome has noticed you chatting with Google, and he comes out with a length of what can best be described as brass plug chain that you might have on your bathtub. Attaches two ends to... Somebody grab a crossbow quickly. He attaches the chain to either side of the box and kind of scampers up your arm and shoulder and kind of hangs it round your neck. So you've got Google kind of hanging round your neck in a lovely kind of red faux leather covered box with little brass corner edging.
Fantastic.
Okay. Anything else? Anything you can imagine these guys can make. So.
Can I have a flintlock?
Firearms.
We are going up against pirates.
Now.
Are we? Yeah.
Firearms don't exist in the Discworld yet.
Yeah.
But if you have read any of the Guards or the Watch series of books, once you get into, I think it's book 3 in that series, there is a device called the Gon, G-O-N, which looks like a set of it looks like a set of panpipes that slide into a long steel barrow with a wooden crossbow stock on it. It hasn't been invented in this world yet, as far as you know. There is no existence of a gun yet. The Assassin's Guild might know differently, because one was created by Leonard of Quirm, who is one of the maddest inventors ever to exist. He created one. It was deemed as too dangerous to be left to exist on this disc, and was supposedly destroyed.
Or so you would think.
Mm-hmm.
Well, never trust an assassin. They're only in it for the money.
I just noticed Yuna has the same... She's getting like a white patch. And it's very strange. You're knocking over all my shit. Look at that.
Is this going to be Silver Streak and Co?
Apparently. Huh.
Oh, it's just a little spot for the moment.
Yeah, on her tail. Cool.
Okay, so in total that was 4,000 gold.
Okay, I already took it away, so...
Okay.
Here you go. You can have... Ow! Don't bite me!
The gnome bitter? What the?
Okay, you head back head back down the Street of Cunning Artificers, back to Rincewind's workshop. The potions are ready. He's filled them into the bottles that Janet gave you. And while you are busy slotting them into your bandoliers, he's somewhat admiring the quality of workmanship that Janet has done. He's seen the pieces because she brought some of them over for him to enchant, so to speak. But he's admiring the quality of the workmanship. It's very, very good. She really does excellent work. Most people don't use her because she's so expensive, but Commander Vimes swears by her. I think there was an incident some years ago, and it was one of her special breastplates that saved his life. Ever since then, he's only ever bought armor from her. Eric, while you're strolling down the street, you're standing outside of Rincewind's workshop, just kind of staring down at the little box that's dangling around your neck. The hatch pops open. Hello, insert name here. I can find no instances of any dragons in the immediate location. Okay, so I'm gonna nip to the loo because I've had a lot to drink this evening. I'm gonna nip to the loo. Your next port of call is pretty much gonna be the docks, unless you want to pop back and see the guys at the City Watch. So I'm just gonna pop up the "Be Right Back" scene, and we'll take a short break. Well, it looks like everybody's gone off for a short break. So I'm trying to keep up on chat, but I'm kind of running the game at the same time. How is everybody? Bloody hell, there's a lot of you in here. How are you all doing? Thank you so much for the raid. I don't have any raid alerts popping up on my screen just yet, but thank you so much for joining. I really do hope you're enjoying the session as much as I'm enjoying my gin. Again, for those of you that aren't familiar with Terry Pratchett's work, he's an English author. His first book was written and published in 1985, which was called The Colour of Magic. Often not the best first book of his to read, because it was written a long time ago and it doesn't make a lot of sense. So if you're wanting to maybe explore Pratchett based on what you've seen here, I've kind of tried to weave his world into my game as faithfully as possible. Start with a book called The Light Fantastic. It's always my recommendation for a first book to read. Or, if you like the kind of grizzled, cynical policeman type of characters, go with the Watchmen series, which the first one is called Guards, and that's the 5th book in the series. One of my favourites. But yeah, plenty of Pratchett books that I would recommend. It's a very rich and diverse world. The audiobooks are a particular favourite of mine, which is actually how I've got most of these voices and accents, because between Nigel Planer, Stephen Briggs, who co-wrote many of the later books, once Terry Pratchett was starting to deteriorate with his Alzheimer's and ultimately passed away, Stephen Briggs has kind of taken over that mantle and is continuing to write Discworld novels based on Pratchett's own notes. So I really, if you want to get into a Pratchett book for the first time, I'd say maybe have a listen to one of the audiobooks. They're all available on Audible, but they're fantastically read. And this is a world that I've been kind of submerged in since I was maybe 10, 11 years old. Too young to understand half of what I was reading, but it was just funny. and it shaped my humor as a child. It shaped some of my own writing, and I've been kind of figuring out a Discworld style D&D game for some years. I've run it a couple of times now for some other friends with different groups, but they've all kind of fizzled out due to schedules. These bunch of reprobates are the group that's probably gone the furthest down my Discworld. Most groups didn't make it even up to episode 5. We are currently experiencing episode 9. And the other week, I've mostly run out of tonic water. That's almost neat Vespa now. The other week, a friend of mine, Alicia, and I were sitting down, kind of going through plot points and trying to figure out different paths for the stories. And we've written the entire campaign now up to possibly episode 30, or the way these guys play, probably more like episode 50 at the rate they're going at. We've put plenty of good stuff in there, so if this game continues, and I really hope it does, because you guys look like you're all having a fantastic time playing, I can take you at least another 20 episodes, at least. And I've mentioned this in past episodes, but again for the chat and for the guys that are viewing, possibly for the first time, I'm going to be opening the game up to guest players on a kind of episode by episode basis. So if you are interested in joining our D&D session, it's normally 9 PM Eastern Daylight Time, or 4 PM Eastern Daylight, or 9 PM British Summertime. If you're interested in joining just for a one-off, just for a one episode, get in touch, drop me a message on Discord, or send me a whisper in the Twitch chat. We'll have a chat, we'll see what kind of character you're interested in. It's a lawful good world, and it's human or human variant world, but there are some special exemptions if you can come up with something incredibly funny that will kind of fit into the game. Very much a rich world that I can drop these players into, so I take no credit at all for the world that this game is set in, for the voices and the character play that I'm emulating. This is all Pratchett's own work. I've just come up with a story that kind of fits into the world that he's already written, and kind of all we're doing is exploring the world through all of his various novels. And what are we up to? I think he was up to about 28 or 29 novels over the last 40 years. So there's a lot of scope to explore. Ankh-Morpork, the capital city of the Disc, and where we're currently exploring now, is just only one set piece. There's plenty more that I've written that we get to play with, if these guys live, of course. Of course. Yeah.
Gotta figure out what I'm supposed to do with Google.
Do what I do.
Going past one point there and getting through past episode 5 is probably by sheer luck and dice rolls.
A generous DM.
Given that
Right.
some of you are new to D&D full stop. This was Sam's first ever game, let alone campaign. You're all new to 5th edition at various degrees. I know, Dustin, you and Eric said you've played a couple of one-shots before. Brian, you're completely new to 5th edition, and I'm really not sticking very strictly to the 5th edition rule set anyway. This is a world that's just so alien to any other D&D game I've ever played, because most DMs don't embrace the chaos like I do. They also don't. Zach and I were talking about this on his podcast last Friday, when we were discussing how to steer characters through a game, giving your players the illusion of free will and free choice, but really you are following a storyline that's been written out. Maybe not very rigid. Maybe it's more like a Skyrim story. You can loop back and do certain things and come back and pick up a main quest line, but that's also part of the skill of being a DM. And running this game in this world for what you're now the 4th group that I've run this for, this is really the only thing I've ever DM'd. I've never DM'd a game that's been printed in a book, because I know I'm not going to enjoy it. I know I'm going to be standing at the front of the table reading from the book, and I hate that with a passion.
Of course, you can always alter the book. You don't have to go specifically by the...
You can, but the problem with the D&D world in general is that so many of them already know the book, and the minute you say one word out of place, they're, what? Hang on, that's not on page 52. Which paragraph are you reading? And I've encountered so many of those types before. I'm more organised chaos. The world exists up here. I'm trusting you guys trust me to not railroad you into an unwinnable TPK moment, even though you came close on one occasion. Seriously, guys, seriously. You came so close on one occasion. And it was the first ever combat where Sam nearly got killed by a bandit captain. You were all very close to a TPK moment on that one. But yeah, this game is supposed to be fun, it's supposed to be sarcastic, it's supposed to be a little bit crazy. I don't stick to the rules, I'm fast and loose with all that kind of stuff, because ultimately that stuff doesn't matter. This is about storytelling. And if you're enjoying the world that I'm kind of building on, the framework that Pratchett left behind with all of his novels, if you're enjoying this world, you're enjoying the fun, and you're enjoying all of the stuff that's going with it, I really do hope you guys will all stick around. You guys in chat as well, I really do hope you'll stick around and watch some more of this chaos. I know some of us have talked about maybe making this a weekly thing, but kind of balancing schedules and such makes it a bit tricky. And frankly, Eric's ready to fall asleep because he's an hour... Eric's actually plus 1 hour from me. He's in Sweden.
Yeah.
So it is what? Nearly 2 o'clock there for you?
6 hours for me.
So it's only like,
So you're like
just
1
about 8
o'clock.
o'clock.
Nearly 2 a.m.
Yeah, it's coming up to 1 a.m. for me, so it's nearly 2 a.m. for Eric. So we're going to be wrapping this up in about the next hour or so anyway.
And I did not get great sleep last night.
Where's the whiskey?
Last
You'll always sleep great after the whiskey. Go on, go and get the whiskey bottle.
Yeah. No, I'll sleep fine.
Just pour the bottle into a mug that says hot chocolate.
Right. Oh god.
Okay, you know, sorry, that just popped up a little memory from years ago.
Whoa.
I was in Menorca doing a photo shoot, and the last that we were with, she had a couple of friends with her. She used to work. She was working on the island, kind of like a holiday resort, and she was doing entertainment stuff like dancing and singing and dressing up as Disney characters to help the kids out. And the song by Hot Chocolate, "You Sexy Thing," started playing in the background in this bar that we were at. And one of her friends popped up and said, "I do love a bit of Errol Flynn." I was like, what? It's like, hang on, no, this is Errol Brown, not Errol Flynn. The lyrics are not "avast ye sexy thing ye."
Oh, they just added that, Sam. That was a recent update. You
Oh,
also
that's
get five-
freaking cool.
Oh, the live
5
emotes on
animated,
Twitch.
Emotes.
So you've got animated GIF style emotes now on Twitch. So yeah, this whenever I hear Hot Chocolate or Errol Brown mentioned, I'm thinking "avast ye sexy thing ye," as Errol Flynn's like sliding down a galleon cell with a dagger in his teeth or something. It's just one of those little slips that just stuck in my head. Anyway,
I'll be checking notifications. Sam.
all that stuff is next episode, so don't get ahead of yourselves. So you've done your shopping, you've got your weapons, you've got your armor. Is there anything else you want to attempt to obtain before you head off to the docks? Or any other business you want to do before you head off to the docks and find Captain Trent?
Do we want to check back with the desk sergeant to see if she's got anything for us?
I mean, we were advised to stay away, and we don't want to make more issues, and
Do we
we're
need
doing
to?
it just specifically for the money, and we still have 70,690 left, so
We should be good.
I feel like we should be okay.
What, so leave 24 hours early?
Well, you
I
head.
mean, if I was given 48 hours, I probably wouldn't leave it to the last hour.
You would. Sam absolutely would, and she'd still be 30 minutes late.
Yeah.
Holding a chopping
that's
board
me.
and
You
a
need to
green
tell me
pepper
10 minutes
and a
ago.
blunt knife.
Yeah,
Because
holding
what
a
kind of
green
rogue
pepper.
are you really? Okay.
Chef kind.
It's early afternoon. It's about 2:00 in the afternoon. The sun's up nice and high. As usual in Ankh-Morpork, the air is hot and sticky, and in most cases has a will and mind of its own. As you walk along the riverside, you notice that the crust has begun to form on the legendary River Ankh, probably allowing you to skip the bridges, and if you move fast enough, you can probably walk across the surface of the river. Things are starting to secrete themselves, gases are starting to build up, and even the regular street vendors are starting to retreat under cover. It's a fair walk out towards the ports and the dockyards. It takes you about a good 45 minutes. And as you go, Sam, you in particular, because you didn't notice this last time, wherever your party goes, people seem to find somewhere else to be very quickly.
Why's that?
With Mr. Pump swaggering along to the Bee Gees, kind of humming away in his head. Okay, Google, please play Staying Alive by the Bee Gees. Okay, my Google speaker's just kicked in the other room.
Yeah.
I have to connect my Spotify account. You've kind of got your strut on, Eric. You're kind of strutting down. You're feeling the bollocks. You're looking the bollocks. You're looking like Thanos with bollocks.
Right.
You've got 2 golden gauntlets now.
Yeah.
And a massive square medallion hanging around your chest. And your little golden thunderbolt in your chest that's been kind of wabby-sabby repaired.
Boxer.
And the bun.
Oh, and
on
your
the-
spray-painted tattoo,
Yeah.
yes. You're leading this party. As you're walking towards... Oh, crap, it's actually playing. Okay, Google, stop. It actually started playing on the speaker in the bedroom. As you're walking down, you notice some very odd graffiti on one of the walls. It's very crudely painted with a very bad brush and script hand. But it says Mr. Shine, Im Diamond, painted on one of the walls. And it just kind of catches your attention for the moment. Mike's Google speaker has just started playing as well, has it? Alexa,
thing
play
I'm
Staying
using a
Alive by the
headset.
Bee Gees.
Yeah.
I'll make that redeemable, just to piss off everybody that owns an Amazon Alexa. You notice that little bit of graffiti painted on one of the walls, and it kind of lodges in your mind for a moment, but the strut, the nice summer sunny afternoon, the fact that everybody's kind of diving out of your way.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
It's all kind of fitting in nicely. And as you make your way down to the docks, you see the ships get from small little dinghies and fishing vessels. And as you get out towards the edges of the city limits, you see the big 3-masters and 4-masters moored out in the harbour. And the quality of the buildings deteriorates. You see more bars. You see more people out on the street hawking their wares, sailors drinking, hussies hustling. And you find the bar that you were drinking in the night before. Kind of face down on one of the barrel style tables, you recognize the tattoos of the first mate that you approached the previous night. He seems to be enjoying the sun on the back of his very red neck at the moment. And you spy not only the tavern that you met the captain in, but you also look out to the harbour, and you can just make out what looks like a clipper. So a medium-sized sailing ship, a 3-master. But this one looks slightly different. The hull is, from where you're standing, the hull is more pointed than you would expect. Can I get an investigation roll from everybody, please?
Speaking away.
That includes the audience in the Twitch chat. Let's give you an investigation roll. Audience, you get an 11.
Shit.
Audience has done better than the rogue.
Oh, I don't know. I think I might have matched Sam's roll.
Oh god, did I get the highest score?
What did you roll?
So we've got two
Sorry,
I
Thirds.
rolled
turns.
2 on the dice.
You rolled a 3 on the dice.
So we've got an 11 and 2 turds. Eric, Sam, Eric
That's
and
still
Dustin.
a 9 though. Still a 9.
I had a 4
Still
total.
not great, but
Dustin?
So mine comes out to.
I rolled a 5 on the
4.
dice, so I get a 9.
Oh Jesus! So you all
I
got
also have a
you
9.
all got under 10.
I got a
Oh,
rock.
no.
Right. Okay. Well, in that case, I'm going to mute the Discord call and talk directly to the audience because they're the only ones that can see this.
Okay.
So,
I have you
audience,
muted.
I've muted the
Yeah, wait
Discord
one
call,
second.
the Zoom
Okay.
call.
You're muted.
You guys, in the audience, if you
What
were
the
watching,
balls? I want to know what he's saying.
if you guys were
I tried
watching,
to
that you
roll
would
again.
notice that the
I tried to
prow,
roll again out of curiosity.
the
and I
prow of
got
this ship.
lower.
Let me just
Really?
take these guys down a bit in volume.
Got an 18.
The prow of this particular ship is slightly more pointed than normal. The ship looks like it's got much sleeker lines than your average clipper would have, and a clipper is a fast ship.
Okay, so this is investigation for what?
By all measurements of a 3-master, a clipper would be a very fast ship. But this one looks slightly different. You can see that there are things attached to the rear of the ship. There's little wooden sticks sticking out from the back of the boat, above the rudder and close to the captain's quarters. You can see, looking at just over as you look over the deck, you can see that the deck has a huge wooden box running the length of the deck. And this box is only interrupted by the center mast of the ship. Otherwise, there is a huge wooden box, probably big enough to a narrow one-car garage that runs the length of this ship. Also, the way the water laps against the very front of the bow of the ship. If you were a seafaring type of person, maybe you were familiar with pirates, you might suspect that there was a bow spike hidden just underneath the waterline of the ship, used for ramming other vessels. Captain Trent's ship, the Obtuse Triangle, is not your average clipper. It's not your average fast ship. This is possibly the ship that would have made the Kessel run in less than 3 parsecs. There's something a little bit more about the ship that our players, at least, don't yet know about. Let's bring everyone else back in.
Okay, Google sound bit.
Okay, we're back in.
I saw it was at 4 hours, so.
So,
Google.
Okay, Google.
you
what's the
are
DM thing?
standing
Google,
outside.
What did the DM say?
You're standing outside. Hello, insert name here. I'm not familiar with the term DM. You're standing outside on the harbour wall. You can see the Obtuse Triangle moored just out on the edge of the harbour. Obviously, you're going to be travelling out there by rowing boat to get on board. You see the first mate passed out on one of the drinking tables outside in the sun. You suspect the captain's probably inside. Do you have a suitable chest to place your payment, your fare in? Or are you just going to spill out the contents of your pockets?
Sorry, my chest is.
The only chest I have is the size of a shoebox.
That's the only one you found.
True.
Sam, give me a perception roll, please.
Roll better.
Perception, perception. Where the frig is perception?
Blind, you're about 2 minutes too early on that one. We'll come back to that.
Where the heck? It's fine. 14.
14. Okay, Sam, you leave the party and quickly dash into one of the other bars, knowing that there's always going to be some kind of maritime fakery in these kinds of bars to make them look more nautical. You duck in. You see. It's a fairly narrow establishment. It's not particularly well maintained, but there's a huge woman behind the bar, kind of like swilling out some tankards. She's wearing the usual kind of wench's dress. What can I do for you? You pop up to her and you say, "Look, I need a chest, a really big chest." She pulls down her top. There do you, man.
I knew that was gonna happen. So those are very nice, but I do need an actual chest.
She points to the corner where there's an old kind of like.
You need a box?
There's an old kind of seafarer's
She's got
chest
a box too.
propped up against a wall that's being used for the. If only she were ginger, Brian. If only she were ginger. There's a seafarer's chest shoved up against the wall that's being used as a bench. I'll give you that for 10 gold.
Done.
You slap 10 gold on the counter, you slap her around the face and give her a kiss, grab the chest and you run back out.
Can I grab the chest and then grab the chest and then run back out?
I'll need a charisma roll first.
Roll high.
Done.
Wait.
Freaking done. No, it was a 10. I just don't know what my charisma is.
Wow.
It's the one at
It's
the
a
bottom.
saving throw.
Oh, it's only a 10.
Okay, if you're going to do that, you'll need another 5 gold. Surprise, motherfucker!
Done.
Okay, mark off 15 gold. The rest of you turn around and see the rogue kind of skipping back with a huge, what looks like a banded iron seafarer's chest that looks all rotten and mouldy and barely
Also
holding.
a huge grid.
Yeah, right.
And is barely
see the
held
grin?
together
Is-
by its
is it
hinges.
Behind the chest.
She's also looking like she's a little bit sweaty on the cheeks. Let's say, okay, hang on, I need a dice roll. Let's say after about 10 minutes of scuba diving in your bags of holding, you manage to decant the necessary gold into the barrel. Sam leaping back out of her bags of holding on her new Air Jordans, landing deftly on the dockside, holding a huge chest filled with gold. Can I get a strength save from you, Sam?
Why is Mr. Pop
4.
not doing that?
4. Sam, roll a d4, please.
Oh no.
Which gold did you just toss over the side of the boat?
A
No, she
3.
probably pulled her
Okay,
shoulder.
the chest is a little bit heavier than you imagine. That's what she said. And as you land on the dockside, you kind of drop the chest on your foot for 3 points of damage.
Mother.
Mr. Pump, you lean forward and pick up the chest as easily as if it was made out of cardboard.
With one hand.
No, it's probably not going to.
Okay.
It probably would fall apart if you tried to do that.
Oh, okay.
This thing is rotten beyond belief. 10 gold was a rip-off. But you know, like every
The
Frankie
5
and
wasn't.
it's like every Frankie and
I
Benny's.
knew you were gonna say that.
Like every Frankie and Benny's that's got the fake photographs up on the wall of the Italian
Right.
families, and it's part of the what's the term? The Americana that Frankie and Benny's tries to portray. It's part of the ambience. Oh, sorry, no, I mispronounced that. The ambience.
Ambiance.
Yeah, because I was thinking in my head, just like, yeah, but the 5 gold was so worth it.
There was
It
some
was.
big old biddies.
They were tiggle bitties.
No, these were
pretty
like
happy.
these were like tugboats.
And I did exactly that.
Like,
That's only because motors have not been invented yet.
By the sound of it,
I know.
by the
I
sound
got a
of it,
lot for
feel
my
like,
money.
I feel like even Mr. Pump would have struggled with it.
I think Mr. Pump missed out on a life-changing experience there.
Should have brought him with me. Be like, all right, I need to be with you here for your first time.
Mr. Pump is like,
Splat.
fascinating.
Google, please explain.
Google. What are these?
Hello, insert name here. I have a selection of photographs that would describe big old biddies. Would you like to know more information?
No.
Biddies, common slang for mammaries, breasts, or boobs. The hatch popped shut.
Oh, I had a really awkward question from my kids today.
Go on.
Oh no.
They wanted to. Okay.
It's even
Aurora
awkward
thought-
right now.
I know. Aurora thought that once you got older, you get boobs, not nipples. She thinks your nipples go away.
Oh.
Aurora
Oh.
needs to volunteer at an old people's home.
Oh, it was really funny.
That would really correct that assumption.
But she thought that for everybody. So
No,
when
the
men
nipples
get
don't
older,
go
they
away.
don't
It's just
have
that the
nipples.
boobs sag so far down that the nipples roll
yeah,
under.
They hide. They get tucked in.
The nipples roll under. And instead of
Yeah.
pointing outwards, they're now pointing inwards.
Yep. And then I was like, it's okay. Like, every single person in the world and animals have nipples. She's like, an animal like Jericho has nipples? I'm like, yeah. She's like, ew. And walks away.
Yep, you can
Oh,
milk
the joys of
Jericho.
having children.
Oh, hang on. Crabs
Can
don't
milk
have
Jericho.
nipples.
Wait, what?
I'm sure there's plenty that don't have nipples.
I,
But like,
I can guarantee there's not a
majority of
lobster
animals.
out there that's got nipples. And even if they are, they're definitely toughened. Those are armored nipples.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's
those
like
are kind of the best kind to have.
that's like your pole dancer that's seen pasties stuck on and
But
pulled
they're a
off
little crusty,
every day
right?
for 30 years. Those are armored nipples. Those are lobster
They are.
nipples. And lobsters live a really long time.
I've used pasties once, ever, and they ripped my skin off
Why didn't we have a
when
clip
I
of
took
that?
them off. Well,
Why is there not a Twitch
TOS?
clip of that? Why is there not a Twitch clip?
this wasn't even on Twitch. This was for a dress, for an outing, and I'm like, okay, I gotta have these on.
Flip flop,
Gotta
I have
these on.
no idea, but flip flop very, very well defines what happens to old people's nipples when the breast sags so badly that the nipples turn in on themselves.
Hey, flip flop.
So Mr. Pump kind of
Is that the lady
strides.
that was in the bar?
Let me kind of bring this
No,
one
no,
back.
that just came into chat.
Mr.
I know, I'm
just
Mr.
finding
a
Pump
joke.
strides into the bar with this huge kind of manky, rotten wood, rusty iron chest. You see the captain that you saw before. You put down the chest very gently because you know it'll fall apart if you drop it at his feet, and you lift up the lid. And like that scene in Pulp Fiction, the whole place just glows with this golden light.
Ah.
Angels sing, cherubs cherub, and the captain's eyes go as wide as Biddy's. Well, you guys don't you guys don't disappoint, do you?
Forgot about the captain's voice.
Never
Really
been
gotta
told
see
I have.
about getting that cough fixed.
I know. I was doing dishes listening to this, and all of a sudden he starts coughing. I pull out my phone, and I see him, like, do it 3 more times. And I just laugh my ass off.
It's because the air's so dry, I think it is. It needs to be on the ocean.
It's it's all the salt. It's all the salt. And those damn ship's biscuits.
Hi, Joshua.
Well, you guys really don't disappoint, do you?
Okay, come on. I had a
It's been a
momentary
long
lapse,
day.
okay?
I know. I know. No.
So, I'll trust you based on the fact that your golem here can barely lift the chest. He kind of he kind of shoves an arm in between the coins and grabs a handful to make sure it's not a false bottom in the chest, and pulls out a handful of golden gemstones. And he's clearly very impressed.
Should be. I got those with my bare fucking hands.
Okay. My crew, they're still on shore leave at the minute. Get yourselves loaded on board. We're harbored out in the sea. Get your stuff ready. The first mate, when he wakes up, he'll row you out. I'm giving you the guest quarters. They're nothing fancy. They're very basic, but they'll do you sound, and the crew will make sure that you'll get everything you need. We're an humble ship. We don't carry any luxuries. There's no feather mattresses here. And I'll expect you to work when asked. If any of you have got skills with rope and rigging, I'll need yous. If any storms come up, and they will sail in the circle seas like, I'll need you. But as long as you do your fair share, as long as you're fitting with the crew, and as long as you help out when asked, we'll leave you to yourselves. We'll take yous on your adventure, and hopefully we'll find you some glory in the process. But right now, I need to find my crew and pay them, and let them enjoy this gold before you send them all to their deaths. And God hope that you don't. I thank you.
Probably going to be 2 trips, I imagine. Because Mr. Pump probably needs to go by himself.
Eric, can I get a D20 from you? Perception check, please.
What are my rolls today?
Dustin, I'll rogue you skilled. I'll rogue you skilled with boobs, and maybe not rope.
I rolled 7 total.
From the corner of your lighthouse gaze, Eric, you notice that the bosun is watching you very intently. He has a huge pad taped to one of his to the side of his head, where his ear used to be. For those of you that weren't here last week, our golem decided to go pink to the bosun's ear to teach him a lesson. The ear broke a couple of bottles, most of the mirror behind the bar, and punched through the brickwork. The bosun's watching you very carefully. He kind of slinks out once he sees the gleam of all that gold and gemstones coming out of that chest. He's gone to do exactly his job, which is round up the crew, to get them hellfully drunk tonight, because they may not live the rest of tomorrow. Right, grab yourself together. This is Captain Trent talking to you. Grab yourselves, grab your kit. There's a rowboat out there. If you wake up my first mate, he'll row you out. Get yourself settled. We sail at high tide, at dawn. Any questions?
Is the rowboat big enough for Mr. Pump?
You're having a laugh, mate, ain't ya? Yous can walk along the bottom and climb up the anchor, yeah? He's a regular golem.
Okay.
By the way, he's addressing the rest of the party. Your golem here, we'll have to strap him down in the hold. We don't want him shifting around in bad seas. And him walking around on deck, A, will weaken the deck, like. And B, will really upset the balance of the ship. So it's best if you keep him stored. Is that going to be a problem, Mr. Golem?
No.
Well, all's dandy here. Me and me crew, we're going to get legless. When we find our legs, we'll get back to the ship. In the meantime, make yourselves comfortable. My first mate will see to you. Make sure you've got all the things you need. We're going to be at sea for at least 30 days. I thank you for paying up front. I thank you for treating me crew, and me ship, and me the way we'd like to be treated. We'll stand by you in a fight. We'll get you to where you need to go. He picks up his tankard that's sitting on the table, bangs the tankard hard on the table, spraying ale and, all over the place. I'll raise a cup to you, but this one's empty like. And with that, he signals to the barman for a refill. And you guys head out of the bar back onto the docks.
All of us are wobbly from the grog, trying to get up.
Are you going to stay the night and drink with the crew?
Yeah?
Okay. Can I
That's the only way we can.
Can I get constitution rolls from everyone, including Mr. Pump?
So the constitution check for me is to stay awake, right?
He's a man of the cloth, but you know, if you kind of slip him something into the cloth, he'll not notice.
Uh-oh. Somebody must have.
21.
12.
7.
Also 12.
Okay. Brian, you're not really up to speed on how alcohol works and many of its various effects. You, by, let's say 7 in the evening, are canning on the table, holding your chainmail up in your fingers while you high kick across the bar.
Yes.
Sam, you and the golem have discovered what cheap alcohol tastes like. Mostly like kerosene going down. But, you know, it has an effect. In the case of the golem, his eyes are burning so much brighter. And he's in the corner, arm wrestling with some of the more ambitious crewmates. Sam, on the other hand, has found somehow Air Jordaned her way up and is now sat on the chandelier swinging above all of this. Singing...
That's better than I thought.
Singing at the top of her voice that a wizard's staff has a knob on the end.
A wizard staff has a knob on the end?
Of course it does. Dustin, on the other hand... Dustin, you can...
Never mind, it's as bad as I thought.
You can handle your booze. And you're sitting in the corner, nursing a pint, and just watching all of this unfold. Thinking to yourself, children.
Thank God I didn't
Wizard
dip into
staff
the
is a
pouch.
knob on the end!
Thank God I didn't dip into the pouch to get those women's shoes.
Sam, if you give me a second, I'm going to find you the lyrics to that, because I did have it printed out, but I need to send it
It's
to
an
you.
actual song.
Yes, it's a song in the Discworld.
I can just imagine me at some point during the evening tapping on the box. Google
Okay.
more alcohol.
Sam, I'm sending you this
sitting
on...
there and going like this, being like, bun.
Sam, I'm sending you this on Discord.
Okay.
So if you want to sing this away... Oh, a wizard staff has a knob on the end. It does. It does. Oh, a wizard staff has a knob on the end. It does. Oh, the wizard staff has a knob on the end, and the wizard staff is a wizard friend. It is.
Friend, it is.
It is.
The wizard staff is long and hard. The wizard staff is long and hard. What the fuck is this
And the
song?
wizard plays with it in his yard. He does. He does. Oh, the wizard staff proves he's a man. It does. It does. Oh, the wizard staff proves he's a man. He grips it firmly in his hand. He does. He does.
Why do I know this song? I feel like I know this.
Okay, my
Oh,
my
the wizard
gears are
staff
grinding
goes
right
in
here.
then out. It goes. It goes. Oh, the wizard staff goes
long
in
may it
and out.
wave.
Spread things up and starts to shout in and out. It goes. It goes. As the rogue
wizard staff is
rocks
full of
backwards and
nuts
forwards
trees.
on the chandelier of the bar. Eric,
Oh, I may have to go through the VOD to get some sound bites from this episode.
Eric, you have defeated all the crew in arm wrestling, purely because as you win, they flip over on their seats to stop them dislocating their own arms. You then decide that you give piggyback rides to any of the crew that think they want one, knocking most of them unconscious on the ceiling beams above you. Sam, on the other hand, by this point has made it to at least verse 5.
When a naked maiden takes a stand, and she will. She will. I'm so happy with the song. I have to find
And as
the
she
real
high
song.
kicks her way through, oh, well, wizard staff has an enormous reach, yards long. It searches for a bottom like a peach.
Well, the maiden's child has a wizard's staff. I saw.
No, what?
It does. It says that.
But the wizard staff is a maid's delight. Oh no! Oh no! But the wizard staff is a maid's delight, for maidens and wizards come out at night. Oh yes. Oh yes. Sam's working her way through all
Searches
the
for a
verses.
bottom like a peach.
Sam's working.
peach.
The rogue is working through all her verses of a wizard staff. At some point in the evening, the librarian kind of shambles along, hearing that there's a bit of a party going on in this particular tavern, and he knows all the words. He is, after all, a wizard himself. Ook, 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 ook.
Ook.
Wait,
So,
he's an orangutan. Is he swinging from the chandelier now?
oh
too?
no, he's actually sitting on the chandelier with the rogue, dangling his feet. He's shelling peanuts while she's like waving her tankard around.
These nuts?
These nuts.
Well,
I really
the
need to go to
maiden's
an actual
child
pub.
has a wizard's staff. I saw.
I saw.
Oh, the maiden's child has a wizard's staff. After all, he's a real son of a staff. Poor thing. Poor thing. Oh, a wizard's staff has a knob on the end. It does. It does. This is a legit song from the Discworld. If you read enough of the Wizard series, you can actually work out most of the lyrics to this song. But generally, it makes the serving staff in the Unseen University blush by the time you get to about the 5th verse, and then it just descends from there. The wizard staff is fond of nuts. In trees. In trees. The wizard staff is fond of nuts, hard and prickly and nice soft butts. In the trees. In the trees.
It says some of the verses are said to have been made up at Ankh-Morpork Park Heroes Gym and public baths during a meeting of the Leather Posing Pouch Society. This is denied by the heroes who want to continue their life in their current form.
The Arch-Chancellor's staff goes
shit.
round and round. That's the why the wizards teach while sitting down.
Oh my good god.
Sam, while everybody's having a huge old merry time at your expense, might I say, there's a little knife play and some blades get drawn and kind of like casual dexterity checks and flicking blades around and, you know, the kind of blade game where they're kind of dabbing in between their fingers. All that stuff starts going on and you can't help but be drawn to it.
Shit.
In your massively drunken state, can I get a Constitution saving throw from the rogue? Dustin, you're the only one that sees this. Everyone else is just far too blitzed at this point.
Oh, but my constitution's only 1. Can you switch it to Dex or something?
This is because you can't take your booze, that's why.
I got a 10.
You got a 10. You're watching a couple of the crewmen kind of doing fake knife fighting. And
Wait. Did you see what Blind said?
I've still got the wizard stuff. +2. Oh, D20. Right, okay. Blind, if it rolls above 10, I'll give her the +2. If it rolls 10 or below, then she'll stand on a standard roll. So we'll do it 50-50. She crits. That's a +4 on your roll, Sam.
Whoa!
14.
Blind, excellent use of the redeem D20. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So what's your total?
Boo.
Sam, what's your total?
Sorry, I would have got to see
15.
all this.
15. Okay, give me a D20 ranged attack roll with your dagger. And that includes the plus, 10? 9 that you're adding to your dagger?
Holy, okay. So,
As if you were throwing your dagger.
as if I was throwing my dagger.
Yep.
I've not had to do that, ever.
Everybody in chat,
So
pay
the
attention.
D8? So the D8 is 2.
Not the
then
damage,
it
just
says-
the attack roll.
Your
So D20
20.
plus whatever your weapon bonus is. I think it's +9 that you've got now.
She even know this is happening?
So 11.
What did you roll?
And 2.
A 2. Okay. As you see some of the sailors doing knife tricks on one of the benches in the corner, you pull your dagger out, spinning it around by the finger loop, and you flick it down towards the table. Entirely recklessly in your drunken state. As soon
That
as
is
the
reckless.
dagger leaves your hand, it homes in on that table. Just as it's about to strike the table, can you mark off one spell slot at level 1 on your character sheet as used?
Please get off. Okay.
Just
This isn't gonna be good.
Just as that dagger's flying towards the table, inches before it hits the table and embeds in the wood, you teleport to the handle, landing crouched on the table, holding onto the hilt of your dagger. You've got no idea what's going on.
Yeah,
You
I'm
style
actually
it out.
Incredibly disoriented.
You style it out, kind of rank the dagger backwards and forwards and pull it out of the wood. Spin it in your fingers and slide it back into your belt. And then Air Jordan your way back up to the chandelier.
You're drunk to know
Did I just go fucking psychotic? Like, what happened?
No. In your drunken state, you've discovered the other feature that your dagger has. When thrown up to 30 feet, your dagger will allow you to misty step to the blade. You can teleport.
That's cool.
Do you remember that video I showed you about 6 months ago from Final Fantasy Kingsglaive? When they threw their knives and teleported to the handle? That's what your dagger does.
Sweet.
When you throw your blade, and only when you throw it with a ranged attack, you can expend one of your magical spell slots to teleport to the blade's handle. So you teleport and grab hold of the blade. That will give you 30 feet. If you're throwing it at 60 feet, it's a level 2 spell slot. So you can only do that so many times per long rest. Your character's just realised how powerful this weapon is.
But has her character realized this?
Not yet. She'll probably think about it the next day when Dustin, who's the only one that really observed this, reminds her of what happened. Because
You know that thing you did with your dagger?
as the blade
What the heck?
struck the barrel table, not only did you suddenly appear holding the blade crouched down on the table, but you kind of split the table in half.
Kind of.
Like the force of me getting there?
No, the damage
Split
that blade
The
does.
What the balls?
And then you Air Jordaning your way back up into the rafters, plonking yourself down next to the librarian,
Too drunk
who
to realize
looks
what
at
you've
you
actually done.
very intently, offers you a peanut, and goes, "Ooh."
I'll take it.
Your dagger allows you to Misty Step. Only when the dagger is thrown, you can Misty Step to the handle mid-flight or when it lands, whatever you choose to do. You need to state that before your character takes the action. It'll expend one of your spell slots for 30 feet, or a level 2 spell slot for 60 feet. Depends how hard you throw the dagger.
Alright.
You're limited in how many times you can do this, obviously. Your blade is far more important and powerful than you realize at this point in time. There's a lot that you don't know about this item. The rest of you see nothing. Only the ranger notices what's going on. And the ranger is impressed for the first time in a long while.
Oh, yeah.
Not because that she does it, but because she does it without even realizing, and then leaps up back into the rafters using her Air Jordans as if nothing has happened. Sits down next to the librarian and then launches into, "Oh, a wizard staff works up a sweat. It's potent magic, you can bet."
Just keep singing.
And so, the sun sets upon the disc. Our party is drunken, experimenting, and getting up to general shenanigans in the bar along the side of the docks. Meanwhile, shapes are moving in the background. Your items will be loaded aboard the obtuse triangle, and either tonight or first thing in the morning, you'll be making your way via rowboat, courtesy of the bosun. Courtesy of the first mate, onto the ship. And that will be the end of chapter 2 of this game.
It's kind of weird timing because Matt literally just walked in the door as you said that.
Ask him if he knows if the wizard staff has a knob on the end.
Hun, did you know that the wizard staff has a knob on the end?
I did.
It does. It does. He walked away. He's like, I did.
Okay. Next episode on the game, we're moving into episode 10 of The Birth of Dragon's Fire. And you guys will be at sea. And I hope your constitutions are all nice and high, because this is going to require an awful lot of saving throws. Even Mr. Pump, who's currently traveling in cargo.
Yeah.
Mr. Pump is in super economy class.
If I can get to level 8,
if you can get to level 8, what?
I get an. If I level up, I get an ability score improvement.
Okay. It probably won't happen straight away.
Right. So, but once I do, I could either put it. I was considering putting it towards gone.
Well, none of you have been on the open water before, let alone even on a rowboat. Certainly not Mr. Pump. So, time aboard ship will be tough. It will be boring. I'm going to try and make it as entertaining as I can. There are going to be some random events, because I'm going to have to be rolling on a random table. And because we're looking at a potentially 30-day voyage to the Dragon Islands, there's an awful lot of journey that we need to account for. So I'm going to be rolling on random tables. I've got maps that I need to draw up between now and where are we? We're in the 19th we're the 18th technically. So our next game is going to be on the 2nd of July. So between now and then, I've got some maps to draw up. I've got some combat encounters to work out, and I'm going to make this.
Brian and I might be a little bit on the hungover side.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say
it being the
2nd of
day
July,
after Canada Day.
Is that going to be an issue for anyone? I won't be doing anything for 4th of July weekend probably, because that's the U.S. holiday, and I know that Canada has the holiday that same weekend.
Well,
already talked to them about that.
Sorry, I didn't hear you there, Eric.
I said I won't be there, but I've already talked to you about that.
Yeah, we've already covered that.
That's why I wanted to make sure that between the three of us, I should be able to.
I should be fine too.
I will let you know if something does end up happening.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm happy to go with the whole hair of the dog mentality, and we just drink all the way through it. As long as you don't sober up and come down, then there's nothing to worry about until at least Tuesday.
That's why I have to
actually-
start drinking halfway through.
I won't be drinking because I basically work the overnight, so I'll be getting home
Oh shit.
at 7 in the morning on Friday.
Okay.
And then sleeping and then coming on here, basically.
Okay, well, let's play that one by ear, but potentially our next game is going to be on the 2nd. We'll see how that works out. If we have to shift it around, we can shift it around. But Friday night seems to be D&D night. It seems to be working for everyone so far. I do have a lot of stuff planned for you guys, so that should be interesting. Also, as I mentioned before, I'm opening the games up to one-off players, so if any of you want to join just for a one-off kind of event, I'll write you up a character that you can get involved with. Contact me either through Discord or send me a whisper on Twitch, and we'll discuss it a little bit further. But I do want to get some other players into the party, whether it's temporary just for a one-off, or whether, like Eric, you decide you want to stay, and you end up all the way up to episode 10 and regretting every moment of it.
I keep forgetting that Eric wouldn't be staying the whole time, and that feels wrong.
Eric, you were only supposed to be here for a one-off.
Yeah.
And I kind of gave you an NPC to play in Mr. Pump, and you went with it, and you really enjoyed yourself, and what are we, 7 episodes later, you're still here.
7 episodes later.
He's ingratiated himself within
52 nautical
so we can't get rid of
miles
him now.
later.
I know, we took him in. We took him in and loved him when the Bun Buns did not.
As of today, well, yesterday technically, I'm on vacation for 3 weeks. So if it's possible to move around the next episode, I could go like the day before, or like I can do any weekend except for that one.
Let's see how it plays out. I've already got some ideas on how we can kind of weave Mr. Pump into the game if Eric's not here.
Mr. Pump, if he's just going to be in the cargo hold for an episode.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was thinking anyway.
Potentially, yeah. That's kind of why I went with the cargo angle. Just in case Eric's not able to play. And if Mr. Pump is needed because you guys fuck up royally, then I can take over and play Mr. Pump for him.
With that being said, if he's not going to be...
And that's when he starts to cut out.
Yeah, you're breaking up a bit there, Dustin. We didn't hear any of that.
Sorry. Yeah, I've been cutting in and out a little bit here and there for the last hour. Since Eric may not be here next week, before we go, I'd like to give Mr. Pump his... Here, let me...
Yeah, we got to before we go, and then you went again, Dustin. Somebody want to redeem a D6 for Dustin's signal strength or something, please?
Sorry. Yeah, I've got an unstable connection right now.
Okay, well, I mean,
rolled a 1 on that.
If we are continuing, I've got some things in mind for how Mr. Pump's going to play out in next episode, if Eric can't make it. If we can reschedule, let's do so as soon as possible, and we can figure out a day so I can at least get the timings published and up on the stream, because I'm conscious that now all of you weird fuckers are paying to be here by subscribing to my channel. I kind of have to make this a regular thing. Mike, good night, sir. Have a good one. So, yeah, if we can stick to every other Friday and just have the occasional absences, that works fine, as long as I've got enough time to figure out a way of writing that into the story. That makes it easy enough. And, as I said, I'm opening up the opportunities for players. I've been speaking to Mudsey about getting him involved. I've been speaking quite a lot to Blind Eye about getting a character sorted out for him. We're just waiting for schedules to kind of link up, and then we can make something happen. So for the moment, you guys will be boarding ship and setting sail at the beginning of our next episode. There will be regular constitution checks at the beginning to see if you survive your imminent seasickness. With Mr. Pump being strapped in the hold, you probably may want to deactivate him and effectively, remove his chem and store that somewhere safe. But that means he will be out of commission and shut down completely.
Nice.
Oh, Dustin, yes. Mr. Pump, while you are enjoying the merriment, the ranger comes up to you and hands you a small paper bag.
2 seconds, Omar. You just got gifted a sub.
Ah, Mr. P, thank you very much, sir. Who was Norax? Was that your friend, Brian?
That's my cousin.
Oh, well, Brian's cousin, you are now a tier 1 sub. Thank you for subbing, Mr. P. And Dabs, you are also a sub. God help you, sir. Mr. P, thank you very much, sir.
My cousin is also another Mike.
Really? That's cool.
Is this turning into an open mic night?
Oh, it might be.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay, Mr. P, thank you very much, sir. You don't have to do that, obviously. For those of you that don't know, any income that I get from the stream, whether it's through subs, through donations, through biddies, or whatever I'm doing with the jewellery going forward, will be being donated to Sam. Sam's got a huge legal bill hanging over her head because she's going on an ongoing custody battle for her stepdaughters. So we're trying to think of any ways we can to raise money to help her out with that bill. We are, $650 in?
A little bit more than that, but yes.
So we're almost at 7% of the bill accounted for. I've got some ideas about doing a Discord movie night and just everybody donating to take part, and I'll probably end up sharing the movie over my Discord channel. But yeah, we're trying to think up of anything we can. And one thing I will definitely be doing is, once I've got the jewelry workshop up and running and I've got some commissions under my belt, I'm going to be auctioning off some pieces of my jewelry, and the proceeds will be going to Sam. So, for those of you that know me, Mr. P in particular, it's hard work being a step-parent, and it's especially hard work when you've got a legal battle for that privilege going on in the background. So, any money that I raise on this channel, whether it's subs, whether it's donations or biddies or auctioning in future, that's all going to be given to Sam. If you can donate, please do. Donate directly to Silver Streak's channel. You'll find a button on her page. If not, hit me up with something and I'll make sure the money gets across to her.
Give me a second here. I'll see if I can pull it up.
You guys are amazing.
Mr. Pump, you are handed a paper bag from the ranger, who disappears back into the crowd very subversively. You open the bag, and inside you find a soft, furry, cuddly clockwork bun.
Oh.
As soon as you pick it up, the clockwork mechanism activates, and while it's sitting on your hand, it kind of hops in place and wiggles its ears.
That's so cute.
And there we go. With that, we're going to call it a night. Brian's posted the link to Silver Streak's channel. If you do want to donate, please go across to her channel. I know Twitch does weird things with how much percentage a broadcaster takes home, but with your donations, it's 100% to the streamer. So if you can donate, I've cancelled all of my other subs to other streamers to make sure that all that money goes directly to Sam, because she's got 2 great stepkids there that treat her like a mum, and you've got to fight for a good family. So whatever I can pull in, I will do so. Whatever I can donate, I'm going to do so. And if you can spare, even if it's just pennies, click on that link, send Sam a tip or a donation. It's all going to count towards a very, very good cause, because unfortunately it's a huge bill for some really crappy lawyers that's currently hanging over their heads.
Sam Squared, just click on the link that I posted there. It'll take you to another page, and then you can just key in the amount that you want to tip.
Okay, everybody else, thank you very much for joining tonight. Nerdy Northerners, if you guys are still here, thank you for taking part. Thank you for raiding. And it looks like some of you are still hanging around in the room, so thank you for sticking around. I really hope you've enjoyed the chaos that my game always descends into, especially when there's gin involved. Oh, yeah. Our players will be embarking on a very lengthy sea voyage, a very eventful sea voyage on our next episode. Hopefully that'll be in 2 weeks' time, but if we have to reschedule, I'll try and let everybody know ahead of time. So thank you all for joining. Thank you all for taking part. Thanks for the redeems. Thanks for the subs. And you guys have a great night, a great weekend. And I will be streaming tomorrow, because tomorrow I'm going to be designing some jewellery on stream. One of my neighbours has given me a commission. She's asked me to make a piece of jewellery for me, so I need to design something. Got a couple of sketches in mind, so hopefully we'll be able to go through that on
no,
stream.
Sam, I got the commands made up.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I didn't know that.
So
That's
I've,
okay.
I've got no idea what time I'm
spent a
going to
lot of
wake
time
up.
doing that for
It's
no reason.
not going to be any time early. I can guarantee that. But I'll be doing a little bit of sketching, a little bit of designing while I'm on stream tomorrow. So by all means, do stop by if you can. We need to find somebody to raid. Who have we got? We've got T-Roy online and we've got Void online. Void's only got one person in his room. Should we raid Void?
Sure, go
Yes.
for it.
Okay, let me get my stream manager up. And yes, once again, thank you very much, guys, for joining us today. I hope you've enjoyed the session. This is kind of turning into this has been a pretty average session, to be honest, isn't it? There we are, Void King.
No random animals have been harmed.
No random chicken bazooka
That's
needed
true.
on this occasion.
I don't think any damage was done except for Sam's foot.
Right? And it wasn't even my fault.
I'm pretty happy with this rave booty.
I didn't cause any damage either. I didn't do anything stupid.
And the bar wench's biddies.
I mean, I didn't do anything stupid except that.
Oh, no, throwing your knife was probably pretty stupid. But you needed to
Yeah,
learn.
but I was drunk, so it's
You
fine.
needed to learn how to use that blade.
I did not make that decision.
Okay,
There are too many decisions I have made that have been like, oh, yeah, you shouldn't have done that.
everybody in the chat, we're going to raid Void. He's a friend of the channel, friend of Sam's, friend of Joni's. Pop over there, say hello, give some love. We're on our way now.